Chapter 1230. Under Hua Yan's enticement, Su Ruo foolishly joined her sect. Burning texts library all of a sudden. Hua Yan pulled out a makeup pen and tapped Su Ruo's forehead. Ah, what's wrong? Su Ruo was puzzled. Hua Yan looked at the red up between Su Ruo's eyebrows and nodded with satisfaction. Don't worry, I've put a mark between your eyebrows. It's the same as mine. Demons will have a red mark between their eyebrows when they reach a high rank. This way, no one will suspect your identity. Su Ruo nodded in realization. She suddenly looked at Hua Yan's forehead and felt like it was painted with makeup. Hua Yan wasn't the one who drew it, so she felt guilty under Su Ruo's gaze. She forced herself to remain calm and said coldly, "What are you looking at?" Master's painting is formed by the condensation of demonic qi, so it's definitely different from yours. Don't be envious. Su Ruo pursed her lips and didn't say much. After a moment of silence, she asked, "By the way, how should I address you, hierarch?" "Just call me sect, leader Hua Yan. Our sect is the Demon Moon sect." Hua Yan said with a smile, "Sect leader Hua Yan, how many demon clan disciples do we have? Does he have a high status among the demon sects?" Su Ruo was looking forward to it. If the Demon Moon cult was very powerful, Su Ruo wanted to ask Hua Yan to help her save her mother. However, Hua Yan was stumped by this question. She said with a guilty conscience, "Ahem. Our Devil Moon cult has many disciples and masters. We also have a prominent position in the entire Devil Clan. Anyway, don't be afraid. If you encounter any trouble in the Devil Clan's sacred land in the future, just say the name of the Devil Moon cult." Hua Yan said it seriously, and Su Ruo believed her. Sect leader Hua Yan is also here to participate in the Demon Race Convention, right? I plan to become the Holy Maiden of the Demon Race. Can you help me? Su Ruo became excited and hurriedly expressed her intentions. Hua Yan's expression changed drastically. She exclaimed, "You, an orthodox martial cultivator, want to run for the Demon Race's Saintess? Are you crazy?" Su Ruo knew that her thoughts were unrealistic, but she was so worried about her mother's safety that she lost all rationality. "But now that I've joined the Demon Moon cult, wouldn't I be a demon disciple?" Su Ruo asked. Hua Yan felt depressed. The Demon Moon cult was nothing. It had been established for less than a year, and Hua Yan was the only one in the entire cult. No, now there was Su Ruo. Such a lowly sect probably didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the Demon Race's Holy Maiden selection, let alone participate in the selection. In fact, Hua Yan had originally planned to become the Holy Maiden of the Demon Race. At that time, she wanted to use the power of the Demon Race to defeat the alchemy sect and kill her enemy by Yufei. But now that Qin Fun had helped her fulfill her wish of vengeance, Hua Yan was here to join in the fun. "By the way, what's your name?" Hua Yan suddenly looked at Su Ruo. Su Ruo thought for a moment and said, "Wu Xan. Disciple Wuxin, the Demon Race's Saintess has to undergo a strict selection process. Appearance, figure, strength, realm, and many other factors must be selected. Even if you join my Demon Moon cult, your identity will be exposed the moment you make a move. You don't even know how to release the most basic flames and ice. I can tell at a glance that you're not a demon cultivator." Hua Yan's words completely dispelled Su Ruo's thoughts of becoming the Demon Race's Saintess. She suddenly looked at Hua Yan and said, "Cult Master Hua Yan, can you do me a favor?" Hua Yan wholeheartedly wanted to subdue Su Ruo and bring her to Qin Fun as his lover. She couldn't refuse Su Ruo now. "Tell me. I'll definitely help you if I can. I want to barge into a demon sect." Su Ruo said with some excitement. Hua Yan's expression changed drastically. She forced herself to remain calm and said, "What sect?" "Stellar Luna sect." As soon as Su Ruo's words fell, Hua Yan jumped in fright. The Stellar Luna sect was one of the strongest sects in the demon race. They even had a saintess in the last demon race conference. However, rumor had it that the saintess ran away with an orthodox, martial cultivator. Hua Yan didn't know whether it was true or not. Ahem, I'll think about this first. The demon race conference is about to begin. Let's talk about it after the conference is over. Hua Yan was shocked. She was only a stage 8 demon cultivator. How would she dare to barge into the Stellar Luna sect? She could only temporarily delay Su Ruo. Su Ruo believed Hua Yan's words. She immediately bowed to Hua Yan and said, "Disciple Wuxin thanks Hierarch Hua Yan in advance." Hua Yan blushed. She wasn't like this in the past. She realized that after spending so much time with Qin Feng, she had learned to trick people. "Disciple Wuxin, you don't have to be so polite. Let's go to the demon race conference together. I'll protect you." Hua Yan felt a little guilty towards Su Ruo. She walked up to Su Ruo and hugged her. Along the way, the two women walked hand in hand like good sisters. Hua Yan was extroverted and talked about many things. Su Ruo was a little absent-minded. She felt that Hua Yan was about the same age as her. Sometimes she talked like a child. Is she really the leader of a sect? She doesn't look like one. The Demon Race Conference was held in a forest in the depths of the northern mountains. It was less than an hour before the conference began. All the disciples of the Demon Race sects flocked to the conference. People came and went in the huge forest. The wild beasts seemed to have sensed danger and hid. Along the way, many disciples passed by Su Ruo and Hua Yan. They were all attracted by their beauty. However, with so many people coming and going, no one dared to make a move on their children. Wouldn't that be a disgrace to their own sect? Hierarch Hua Yan, what's going on ahead? After walking for an unknown amount of time, they arrived at the depths of the forest. There were more than 10 long lines in front of them. All the disciples of the demon race sects were queuing for something. They're checking tickets. It's not easy to enter the demon race conference. You must be a disciple of a demon race sect. If you find someone from an orthodox sect trying to sneak in, you'll be killed on the spot. Hua Yan's words made Su Ruo tremble. She was glad that she met Hierarch Hua Yan. Otherwise, she might have already died. All right, let's wait. Don't look around. It's easy to attract trouble. Hua Yan had worked hard in society since she was young. She knew a lot more than Su Ruo. She took care of Su Ruo like a big sister, which made Su Ruo feel grateful. The two girls stood out from the crowd, especially Hua Yan. Her devilish figure and angelic face attracted many people's furtive glances, almost causing Hua Yan's hair to stand on end. After waiting for half an hour, it was finally Hua Yan and Su Ruo's turn. There was a row of demon guards standing at the entrance of the forest. These people were wearing black battle armor with the pattern of thunder clouds engraved on their shoulders. It was the symbol of the thunder cult established by the current demon king, Zhonglu. There were 8 great guards of the thunder cult guarding here. No wonder everyone lined up in an orderly manner. No one dared to mess around. Which sect are you two from? Take out your token. The leader of the guards was holding a silver spear. He was tall and sturdy. Su Ruo and Hua Yan were scared. The two girls were not demon disciples. They were just here to fish in troubled waters. At this moment, they had a guilty conscience. How dare you? I am the hierarch of the Demon Moon cult, Hua Yan. Be polite when you speak. Hua Yan was born to be strange and bold. She pretended to be angry and stared at the guard. The demon disciples in the queue were shocked. They stared at Hua Yan and Su Ruo. They were the 8 great guards of the thunder cult. No one dared to be ruthless. They were afraid of offending them. They did not expect the 2 girls to be so aggressive. The 8 guards were also stunned. The leader of the guards glared at Hua Yan. He was a little flustered. Basically, all the devil sects had come to the demon race convention this time, and there was no lack of large sects that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Thunderbolt sect. The 8 guards were merely disciples of the Thunderbolt sect. If they really offended the elders or sect masters of other large sects, the consequences would be very tragic. What demon moon cult? Why have I not heard of it? The leader of the guards looked at Hua Yan suspiciously. His tone was obviously softer. Su Ruo's heart tightened. She was a little worried. Hierarch Hua Yan said that the demon moon cult had many disciples and experts. How could these guards not have heard of it? An awkward expression appeared on Hua Yan's face. She was on the verge of collapsing. You're just ignorant if you've never heard of it. This is the token of our sect. Let us in. Hua Yan took out a jade token. The words Demon Moon Cult were engraved on it. This token was indeed issued by the Demon Race's Church Alliance. After a sect was established in the Demon Race's Holy Land, they would issue a unified token to recognize the status of these sections. However, the Demon Moon Cult was established not long ago and was not famous. It was normal that the 8 great guards had not heard of it. Even the 100 or so demon disciples in the queue had not heard of it. The leader of the guards looked at the token. It was indeed issued by the Demon Race's Church Alliance. Thus, he began to look through the register. It recorded the names of all the sects that were qualified to participate in the Demon Race Convention. He looked through it from beginning to end. However, he could not find the Demon Moon Cult. What bullshit Demon Moon Cult? Is it a newly established sect? It hasn't even been a year, right? Are you a member of the Demon Tao? Don't you know that only sects that have been established for more than a year are qualified to participate in the Demon Race Convention? Hurry up and get lost. After the leader of the guards found out the status of Hua Yan's sect, his expression became fierce. A small sect that was established not long ago dared to act so ruthlessly in front of him. They were simply asking for a scolding. Let's go! Hua Yan immediately realized that danger was approaching. She pulled Su Ruoro and ran. However, the 2 women's realms were still a little low. They were hit by the violent demonic chi that burst out from the leader of the guards. They were directly sent flying and only stopped when they landed on a big tree. The 2 women quickly got up from the ground. They were not seriously injured. However, their clothes were stained with some dust. The red mark between Su Ruoro's eyebrows was also half wiped off. She looked a little embarrassed. No, there's something wrong with these 2 women. The white-robed woman's eyebrows were painted on. She is not a demon disciple. The crowd was instantly in an uproar. Su Ruoro and Hua Yan were quite frightened. Facing so many demon disciples, the 2 of them were not a match for them. Wu Xian, run! Hua Yan did not dare to stay any longer. She called out to Su Ruoro as she ran, and Su Ruoro immediately followed behind her. However, they had only run a few steps when a berserk demonic chi surged behind them, followed by a furious roar. There's actually a martial cultivator who invaded the demon race's holy land? This is simply suicide. Chapter 1231. Male, the strength of this guard captain of the Stellar Lunasect was not ordinary. The berserk devil chi around him was clearly the sign of a 9th level devil cultivator. When a devil cultivator reached the 9th level of devil chi, the realms were not as detailed as the 9 inner levels of martial cultivators. There was no distinction of beginning, middle, end, or peak. Demon cultivators had many tricks up their sleeves. They could transform their demonic aura into fire, ice, and even lightning. They could also enter the berserk mode to increase their strength rapidly. They were much more powerful than orthodox martial cultivators of the same realm. Su Ruoro had just entered the mid-stage of Stage 9 inner chi, but she lacked combat experience. Hua Yan, on the other hand, was only a Stage 8 demon cultivator. The 2 of them were powerless before the captain of the guard. Boom! The fireballs fell on Su Ruoro, and Hua Yin felt the temperature behind them rising rapidly. Seeing that the fireballs were about to hit Su Ruoro, Hua Yin gritted her teeth and launched a ball of ice. Crack! A wall of ice appeared out of thin air and blocked the attack. Su Ruoro narrowly dodged the attack, but the ice quickly melted in the flames. It only lasted for the blink of an eye before several balls of flames descended. Wu Xian, run! Hua Yin yelled as she was hit by a fireball. The violent demonic aura exploded on her body and sent her flying more than 10 meters away. Su Ruoro stopped abruptly. Tears welled up in her eyes when she saw Hua Yin, whom she had just met, risked her life to save her. She leaped to Hua Yan's side. Hua Yin, are you all right? Hua Yin covered her chest with her hand. She was enraged. How dare this captain of the guard hurt her? She was Qin Feng's woman. At this moment, the captain of the guard, who was clad in black demonic armor, leaped toward them without giving them a chance to catch their breath. Run! Don't worry about me. Hua Yin pushed Su Ruoro. Su Ruoro felt a surge of warmth in her heart. She leaped into the air and drew her soft sword. How dare you hurt the leader of the Demon Moon cult? Watch my sword. A gust of wind blew, eliciting screams from the crowd. Su Ruoro was a mid-stage stage 9 inner chi expert. She unleashed an earth-shattering aura with her sword. The surging sword chi surged like a tidal wave and blotted out the sky. Many low-ranked demon cultivators were suffocated by the pressure. Many of them were men who had been eyeing Su Ruoro's beauty. Many of them were terrified when they saw how powerful this woman was. Humph! A mere demon moon cult is nothing. It's not even worthy of carrying my thunder cult shoes. The guard captain's expression did not change. He suddenly clapped his hands, and several fireballs flew out, blocking the sword chi. Su Ruoro was very fearful of the flames. She continuously leaped between the trees and swung her sword from time to time. However, she was unable to harm the captain of the guards. Woman, you are indeed an orthodox martial cultivator. You can't even release the most basic fire and ice. How dare a martial cultivator trespass into our demon race's sacred land? Everyone attack together and capture her. After exchanging blows, Su Ruoro's identity was completely exposed. The other 7 guards flew over and instantly surrounded Su Ruoro. Hua Yin recuperated and stabilized the demonic energy in her body. She leaped to Su Ruoro's side, and the 2 women stood back to back as they stared at the guards around them vigilantly. Their hearts were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. Hierarch Hua Yin, my identity has been exposed, but you are a member of the demon clan. Don't worry about me. Leave quickly. Hua Yin had never abandoned Su Ruoro. At this moment, Su Ruoro did not want to implicate Hua Yin. The 2 women whispered to each other. Hua Yin said firmly, "How can I do that? You have joined my demon moon cult, so you are mine. As long as I am alive, no one can bully you. Don't worry too much. The great demon king of our demon moon cult has not arrived yet. If he finds out that we have been bullied, this group of people will all die." The great demon king that Hua Yin mentioned was Qin Feng, but Su Ruoro did not believe it. Su Ruoro could see that Hua Yan's strength was similar to hers. The demon moon cult that she established probably had an ordinary status. It did not even have the qualification to participate in the demon race convention. Attack! The captain of the guards had already lost his patience. As soon as he gave the order, 8 guards flew over at the same time. For a moment, fire and ice covered the 2 women's heads, as if it was raining ice and fire. Such a powerful lineup of attacks stunned the group of devil disciples in the queue. Their eyes flashed with a hint of pity. Such beautiful and exquisite little beauties were destroyed. Just like that? Bang! 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 A series of loud noises exploded in the forest. Su Ruoro and Hua Yan stood in the center of the explosion. They even closed their eyes, but the two women did not feel any injuries. When they opened their eyes, they were instantly stunned by the scene in front of them. High up in the sky above their heads, there was an additional layer of deep blue dazzling ice. The ice was like an impenetrable fortress, holding up the sky above the two girls. No matter how fierce the attacks of the 8 guards were, they could not break through the protection of the ice wall. What is this? The captain of the guards had already discovered the abnormality. He frowned as he looked at the hard layer of ice. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise from the crowd. Then, everyone looked at the sky in the distance. What is that? A demon king has descended? What a beautiful light! I heard that after stepping into the Demon King stage, one can walk in the air and travel 1,000 miles in a breath. Is it really a Demon King? The demon race has not seen a Demon King for hundreds of years. That person is approaching. He is coming. Even the 8 guards stopped their attacks and looked at the dazzling sky in the distance. A silver light appeared, as if a celestial being had descended from the sky. The newcomer's white robe and long hair fluttered in the wind. He stepped on 2 balls of fire and moved hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. After a few breaths, he arrived at the crowd from afar. Hundreds of demon disciples were dumbfounded. They were so scared that they did not even dare to breathe. Even the 8 guards of the Thunder sect were nervous. Who was this person? We are the 8 guards of the Thunder sect. May I know who you are? One of the 8 guards suddenly spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden light flashed. A loud explosion followed. The guard who was still alive a second ago was blown into a bloody mess. Hiss! The crowd gasped. The vast forest was immersed in a deathly silence. That was a guard of the Thunder sect, a stage 8 demon cultivator. No one saw how Qin Feng attacked. How could a stage 8 demon cultivator die so easily? I am the Demon King of the Demon Moon sect, young Master Feng. You dare to bully my woman? You are courting death. The newcomer was Qin Feng, who had come from the Time Gate. His roar shook the entire forest. Qin Feng had stabilized his stage 2 true qi. He stepped on the golden whirlwind wheel and held the overbearing golden phoenix in his hand. It was as if a god had descended. The atmosphere was silent and oppressive. The group of demon disciples were so scared that their legs were trembling. The remaining 7 guards' hearts were beating wildly. The newcomer's strength was unfathomable. It made people want to kneel in front of him. The leader of the guards hurriedly thought of the Demon Moon sect, but he could not think of which sect it was. There were many sects in the demon race. Among them, the Thunder sect was the strongest because they had the previous Demon King. However, the Star Luna sect, the Void Soul Palace, and the Life and Death sect were also famous. Their power was not much weaker than the Thunder sect. However, the leader of the guards was not familiar with the Demon Moon sect. It was definitely not a famous sect. Otherwise, everyone would not be so unfamiliar with it. However, in the next moment, a white light flashed in the leader of the guards' eyes. The Demon Moon sect? Wasn't it the sect where the 2 women they wanted to kill were from? When everyone came to their senses, Qin Feng was already standing beside the 2 women. Everyone's heart tightened. They watched the 8 guards bully Su Ruoro and Hua Yan. Now that their man came looking for trouble, would he beat them up? Qin Feng, why are you here? The moment they saw Qin Feng, Su Ruoro and Hua Yan felt a warm current in their hearts. They threw themselves into Qin Feng's arms at the same time. Qin Feng came in time. He patted the 2 women's heads dotingly. Hua Yan suddenly jumped out and looked at Su Ruoro and Qin Feng in a daze. She said, You know each other? Su Ruoro suddenly woke up. I am Qin Feng's woman. What about you? Hua Yan was depressed. Wasn't Qin Feng a little too promiscuous? She randomly met a beautiful woman in the demon race's sacred land. The probability was very high. Qin Feng was depressed when he saw the 2 women standing together. He came to look for Su Ruaro, but he didn't expect Hua Yan to come. However, now was not the time to talk about this. Qin Feng stood in front of the two women and looked at the 7 guards coldly. You want to kill the people of the Demon Moon sect? You are courting death. Before Qin Feng came, he learned about the situation in the demon race's sacred land from Shaoli. All the people here were people of the demon Dao. Qin Feng didn't plan to fight them directly. He pretended to be the demon king of the Demon Moon sect and came with the identity of a demon cultivator. The 7 guards, who were originally arrogant and despotic, stared at each other. None of them dared to take the initiative to speak. When Qin Feng descended from the sky, it was as if he had stepped into the realm of a demon king. With a single move, he killed a level 8 demon cultivator. Such a powerful skill caused everyone to tremble in fear. Senior, we found out that the woman is not a demon cultivator, so we attacked her. Since you are the leader of the Demon Moon sect, you should give us an explanation. We are the guards of the Thunder sect. We are specially ordered by the Demon King Chong Lu to guard this place and check the information and identity of the participants of the Demon Race Convention. The leader of the guard suppressed the nervousness in his heart and looked at Qin Feng with a slightly cold tone. Although Qin Feng's skill was good, the 7 guards were disciples of the Thunder sect, the number 1 sect of the demon race. They would not easily bow to Qin Feng. Thunder sect? What the hell is that? Is it very powerful? Qin Feng didn't understand the situation in the demon race's sacred land at all. He showed a look of disdain. Suddenly there was a sigh. Chapter 1232. How dare you insult our demon king Chong Lu? You don't know your place. One of the guards was enraged. He waved his silver spear and tried to stab Qin Feng. However, just as he moved half a step, a golden light flashed, and the guard was cut in half at the waist. He lay on the ground, but didn't die. The 2 halves of his body were twitching. Hiss! These demons were violent and violent by nature, but they were shocked by this cruel scene. Su Ruoro and Hua Yan didn't even dare to look. They hugged Qin Feng's clothes tightly. Another 8th-layer demonic cultivator fell, just like that. They felt like ants in front of Qin Feng. The remaining 6 guards were filled with terror and secretly took a step back. Demon King Chong Lu? Anyone who dares to offend young Master Feng's woman has only one ending, and that is death. Now he stood at the pinnacle of China's secular world and commanded the orthodox martial arts of the outer world. How domineering was he? Even though he was surrounded by hundreds of demon race disciples, he still looked down upon them with disdain. Everyone was shocked and started to guess Qin Feng's identity. They were all demon disciples and had never heard of the Demon Moon cult. They didn't even know the name of young Master Feng. Where did this madman come from? He had such a high realm at such a young age. It really made people jealous. You insulted the demon sect and killed the disciple of the Thunder cult. We will not let this matter rest. The Thunder cult will find you. After a long silence, the guard leader glared at Qin Feng coldly. He turned around and ran as soon as he finished speaking. Obviously, he was afraid of Qin Feng. The other 5 guards were startled and immediately followed. The 6 of them ran halfway when Qin Feng's cold voice came from behind. Did I say you can leave? Whoever dares to move will die. The 6 people who were running stopped abruptly. An unprecedented fear rose in their hearts. They were afraid that if they ran any further, they would end up like their junior brother who was cut in half at the waist. As a disciple of the Thunder cult, the guard captain had never been suppressed like this before. The accumulated anger in his heart completely exploded. He suddenly shouted at the crowd, "Everyone, hurry up and kill these 3 people. They aren't demon disciples at all. I'm afraid they're orthodox, martial cultivators here to cause trouble." The guard captain's words caused the crowd to boil over. Since ancient times, righteous and fiendish cultivators had always been at odds with one another. Moreover, today was the day of the demon race's General Assembly. Yet there were actually orthodox, martial cultivators here to cause trouble? The several hundred devil race disciples immediately banded together and glared fiercely at Qin Feng's trio. "We're doomed. Qin Feng, let's run." Hua Yan pinched Qin Feng's lower back anxiously. Su Ruoro was also fearful. The two women knew that Qin Feng was powerful, but he couldn't defeat hundreds of demon disciples by himself. However, Qin Feng's expression was indifferent, as if the hundreds of devil disciples were air. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Qin Feng raised his sword and slashed down, creating a sword mark on the ground in front of him. An indifferent voice rang out, "Those who cross this line die." "The 6 of you kowtow and apologize to my 2 women. If you do that, I will spare your lives." From the moment Qin Feng appeared, he had been overbearing. His every word and action set off a storm in everyone's hearts. Everyone knew Qin Feng was powerful, but they didn't know where he got his confidence to be so arrogant. Was he going to rely on his own strength to fight against the entire fiend race? Damn it, this brat is too arrogant. I am the great elder of the Tower of Light, Black Wind. I've come to fight you. A furious roar came from the crowd, and an old man wearing a black robe flew over. Before he arrived, a gust of wind blew in the surroundings, causing the trees to sway unsteadily. It was as if a storm was about to happen. When the old man appeared, the crowd went into an uproar. This old man was clearly rather famous in the fiend race, and many people shouted his name. "It's the Tower of Light's Elder Black. I heard that he competed for the Demon King title in the last demon gathering. At that time, he was a 9th-layer demonic cultivator. After 3 years, his strength cannot be underestimated." Humph, that brat is indeed too arrogant to have such a cultivation level at such a young age. He is definitely a cultivation genius. Unfortunately, he's too arrogant. I think Elder Black will be able to destroy him. Damn, why is Elder Black's fireball so swift and fierce? It's as powerful as a meteor shower. This is incredible. Elder Black has awakened a dual elemental skill. He's also a fire elemental and wind elemental demonic cultivator. The crowd discussed endlessly. They were all shocked by Elder Black's strength. In the demon faction, ordinary demonic cultivators could use demonic energy to cultivate a single elemental skill. As for dual elemental demonic cultivators or multi-elemental demonic cultivators, there were geniuses with extremely high talent. Elder Black's flames came like a storm. The crowd of demonic cultivators cried out in shock, and many people had expressions of schadenfreude on their faces. It was as if they could already see the scene of Qin Feng being burned in the flames. However, those smiles quickly froze. Under the crowd's incredulous gazes, a golden light flashed. Qin Feng casually slashed down with the golden phoenix in his hand, and it formed a blade aura that was dozens of meters long. The blade aura was like the wings of a phoenix, and it instantly split apart the fireball. The blade landed on Elder Black's head and suddenly exploded. In an instant, it became a pile of flesh and blood. The noisy crowd fell silent once again. Pairs of eyeballs fell out of their sockets, and they had expressions as if they had seen a ghost. The 2 8th-level demonic cultivators who had been killed in an instant only shocked everyone. Now that even Elder Black had been killed in an instant, the crowd was completely shaken. The guard leader hurriedly grabbed the long spear in front of him and hid it behind him. However, his small movements did not escape Qin Feng's eyes. Qin Feng casually slapped out with his palm, and a white light flashed. Before the guard leader could figure out what was going on, his arm holding the silver spear had already fallen to the ground. The shock that Qin Feng brought was too fierce and too intense. Many demonic cultivators who wanted to challenge him hurriedly took a step back. They were deeply afraid that in the next second, a piece of their body would suddenly disappear. The arrogance of the crowd was suppressed by Qin Feng alone. Wherever Qin Feng's gaze swept past, the crowd immediately lowered their heads. They did not even have the courage to look him in the eye. Bastard, you dare to break my arm? I want you to die a horrible death. Everyone attack together. How can we let a martial cultivator behave atrociously here? The guard leader was completely enraged, and he lost his rationality. He leapt up and used his remaining hand to send out several balls of flames. The other guards were also unable to retreat, and they hurriedly surrounded Qin Feng to attack. Rumble! For a time the sky was raining fire. These guards used their killing moves as soon as they attacked. In front of a powerhouse like Qin Feng, they did not dare to have the slightest reservation. The hundreds of demonic cultivators were still afraid of Qin Feng, but the battle in front of them was related to the major events of demonic cultivators and martial cultivators. No one dared to not fight. Even if they could save their lives now, sooner or later, they would be killed by the joint forces of Demon King Zhonglu and the other experts of the major demonic sections. Wave after wave of fiend race disciples surged over, like waves upon waves, layer upon layer without end. The thing that Su Ruoro and Hua Yan were most worried about had happened. The two women were so scared that they were at a loss and forgot to help Qin Feng fight. Qin Feng's expression remained unchanged. He pushed the two women back a few meters. He held the golden phoenix broadsword in his hand, and two balls of flames suddenly rose under his feet. It was a pair of golden whirlwind wheels. In an instant he flew out with Qin Feng. Rumble! The golden phoenix broadsword slashed down like the overbearing blade of the golden mane Lion King. The 100-meter-long golden broadsword chi was condensed into a solid substance. In an instant, more than a dozen demonic cultivators were cut in half. As soon as the broadsword fell, Qin Feng roared. He raised the golden phoenix broadsword and slashed horizontally, cutting a group of thunderclap cult's guards in half. Damn! This guy is too fierce. We can't beat him at all. Don't talk about fighting. We can't even get close to his body. Going up to him is suicide. The golden broadsword in his hand is so domineering. It's surging with spiritual energy. What kind of spiritual weapon is that? As soon as the battle began, there was a wave of wailing. Qin Feng was like an undefeatable god of war. His true qi was surging unceasingly. The demonic cultivators below stage 9 could not withstand a single strike from Qin Feng. Only a few experts who had stepped into the demon general stage cherished their lives very much. They hit the back of the crowd and threw a few fireballs or icicles at Qin Feng, but it was useless. In the demonic cultivators, the division of realms was different from that of the orthodox martial cultivators. In the beginning, when one stepped into the demonic cultivator realm and condensed demonic energy, the realm would be from stage 1 to stage 9. However, after breaking through the stage 9, they would step into a new height and become a powerful demon general. Demon general was also divided into 9 realms, from stage 1 demon general to stage 9 demon general. Above the demon general was the demon king, and above that was the demon venerable and demon god. However, since the development of the earth, there was a lack of spiritual weapons. The most powerful sects in the demon holy land were only experts in the demon general stage, which was equivalent to the true chi stage in the orthodox martial cultivators. As for the existence of the demon king, it had been nearly 100 years since they appeared in the demon race, and the demon race's saintess and demon king that were elected in the demon race convention were just titles. Their realms were worlds apart from the demon king. Out of the 8 guards of the thunderclap cult, only the guard captain was left. Although he was still alive, he was no different from a dead man. One of his arms had long been cut off by Qin Feng. At this moment, his whole body was covered with cuts and blood kept spurting out. Bastard! What are you all doing? The orthodox martial cultivators came to the demon race's holy land to provoke us, and you all actually preserved your strength? If Demon King Chong Lu finds out about this, you'll all die a horrible death. The guard captain was basically a cripple now. His strength as a stage 9 demon cultivator was completely gone. He was leaning against a tree, unable to even stand up. Today, he didn't want to live, but he wanted to see Qin Feng and the other two get hacked to death with his own eyes. An angry roar jolted the demon disciples back to their senses. The guard captain continued to shout, "Grandmaster Eagle of the Heavenly Eagle sect, don't hide anymore. I've already seen you. As a first-layer demon general expert, why are you hiding at the back and not fighting?" The leader of the guards quickly scanned through the crowd and called out many people's names. The Blizzard Witch of the Flying Fox Snow Mountain. You are also a level 1 demon general. Hurry up and fight. Elder, Sword Demon of the Ancient Demon Sword, what are you doing? Grandmaster Soul Exalt of the Void Hall. One by one, the demon race was named by the guard captain. The demon race and the orthodox martial cultivators appeared together. Since the beginning of the martial arts world in China, the number of demon race experts was innumerable. It was just that these people were more afraid of death and didn't want to show themselves. Chapter 1233. Originally, this group of experts hid at the back of the crowd and refused to make a move. Now that they were called out by the guard captain of the Thunder Order, it would be inexcusable for them to not make a move. Whoosh! A black shadow flickered, and an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion suddenly jumped to the center of the field. The old man stood with his hands behind his back and stared at Qin Feng with eyes as sharp as an eagle's. "Brat, this is the sacred land of the demon race. Although your skills are extraordinary, you are simply courting death if you want to behave atrociously here." The old man who jumped out had a strong demonic aura. His strength was much stronger than that of the guard captain and the Light Tower's Elder Black Wind. As soon as his voice fell, the crowd of demons began to discuss fervently. "It really is the Heavenly Eagle sect's eldering. This is an expert of the first level of demon general. That brat is finished. I suspect that he is only an orthodox martial cultivator who has broken through to the first level of true Qi. Now that a demon general has appeared, a true Qi stage martial cultivator is nothing. This is the consequence of daring to cause trouble in the sacred land of the demon race." The previously gloomy crowd of demons immediately boosted their morale because of the appearance of Elder Ing. However, Elder Ing stood on the ground and did not make a move for a long time because he was somewhat fearful of Qin Feng. After a 9th level demonic cultivator, one would step into the demon general realm, which was equivalent to the orthodox realm of true Qi. Grandmaster Ing was a 1st level demon general, but he did not dare to say that he could casually slap a 9th level demonic cultivator to death. "You do have some strength, but you are also here to die." Qin Feng indifferently glanced at Grandmaster Ing without much change in his expression. Although Qin Feng was only at the 2nd level of true Qi, he could kill a martial artist at the 4th level of true Qi when he used his full strength. "Arrogant person, watch my claws!" Grandmaster Ing was insulted by a junior and was instantly enraged. He leaped and instantly arrived above Qin Feng's head. The crowd cried out in alarm. At this moment, Grandmaster Ing spread his arms wide and his claws were like hooks. His body exploded with surging green demonic aura. The demonic aura seemed to take form and formed a pair of eagle wings on his back. His claws also had curved blades, and even his mouth had a long and sharp beak. He swooped down like a birdman. What is this?" Many of the devil cultivator disciples were dumbfounded. Logically speaking, only those who had stepped into the Devil King realm would be able to use such a technique. Grandmaster Ing was only a Devil General stage expert. How could he use it? Looks like the rumors are true. The Heavenly Eagle faction that Grandmaster Eagle belongs to has a secret art that they don't impart to outsiders. Upon mastery of the art, one can summon a Heavenly Eagle, which increases one's defense and battle prowess. What I've seen today is truly incredible. The transformation technique of Grandmaster Ing made the disciples of the Devil Clan gasp in amazement. This was originally a technique that could only be used by the Devil King stage, but it was used by Grandmaster Ing, who was in the Devil General stage. Hearing the praises from all around him, Grandmaster Ying's eyes flashed with pride. At this moment, he had already arrived above Qin Feng's head, and a pair of sharp claws swiped towards Qin Feng. Chirp! However, the angry cry of a heavenly eagle suddenly sounded. Qin Feng held a domineering, purple heavenly eagle battle bow in his hand. There was no bowstring on the bow, but it was drawn to the fullest. A purple eagle soared into the sky. Since you can transform into a heavenly eagle, then I will use a real heavenly eagle to defeat you. In the face of Grandmaster Ying's ultimate technique, Qin Feng's expression did not change. He stood leisurely in place, drew his bow, and shot fiercely. A heavenly eagle flew into the sky, followed by a dozen or so heavenly eagles that roared at the sky. The violent airflow exploded around Grandmaster Ying's body. The feathers on his back were scattered, and the sharp claws on his hands were badly mutilated. In the end, his body exploded. Before he could even touch Qin Feng's body, he had already been blasted into meat paste. The praises and praises of Grandmaster Ying came to an abrupt halt. Hundreds of Devil Clan disciples' jaws dropped to the ground. They were completely stunned by the scene in front of them. That was Grandmaster Ying, who was in the first level of the Devil General stage, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow from that kid. Blizzard, Witch of the Flying Fox Snow Mountain, is here. Ancient Demon Sword, Elder Sword Demon, is here to fight with you, kid. Soul Lock, Grandmaster of the Void Soul Palace, is here to ask for advice. After a brief moment of shock, a large group of experts jumped out from the crowd. The weakest among them was a first-level Devil General. There were even 5 second-level Devil General and 1 third-level Devil General. Those low-level Devil Cultivator disciples who were still in the Devil Chi stage retreated in fear. This battle had already exceeded their endurance. They didn't even have the qualifications to join the battlefield. The Devil General stage was opposite to the orthodox True Chi stage. Moreover, the strength of the Devil Cultivator was slightly stronger. A first-level Devil General stage Devil Cultivator could show disdain for a first-level True Chi stage orthodox Martial Cultivator. As for the third-level Devil General stage expert, he was comparable to a fourth-level True Chi stage expert. The surging Devil Chi on his body was like a surging wave, making people feel intimidated. Good. Everyone attacked together. I don't believe that we can't kill that kid. Seeing that the real experts of the Devil Clan had jumped out, the guard captain excitedly shouted. But just as he shouted, a white light flashed and his head flew out. This person is a bit noisy. What do you guys think? Even though more than a dozen Devil General stage experts had jumped out and surrounded him, Qin Feng's expression didn't change. With a wave of his hand, he killed another 9th-level Devil Cultivator. The group of Devil Cultivator disciples were shocked and didn't know what to say. Qin Feng's strength had exceeded everyone's imagination time and time again. They were thinking, when did such a strong expert appear in the orthodox martial cultivation world? Hua Yan and Su Ruo were full of worry. The aura of the surrounding Devil Generals was obviously several times stronger, making the two girls feel a burst of pressure. Looking at the more than a dozen experts glaring at Qin Feng, the two girls were a little uncertain. They didn't know if Qin Feng could defeat so many experts. Arrogant Junior, you actually dared to kill a Devil General of the Devil Clan. You simply don't, an old man from an unknown sect shouted. His body was surging with Devil Chi. Obviously, he was also a great expert of the first-level Devil General stage. But just as he was shouting, a golden light came from the sky, scaring the surrounding Devil Generals into immediately dodging. The old man, however, didn't have time to react and was split in half by the blade. The mountain forest was filled with the smell of blood. Qin Feng had always been decisive in killing. With a single blade, another Devil General fell. The group of Devil Chi stage disciples were so scared that they wanted to turn around and run. Even the dozen Devil General experts who had surrounded Qin Feng were stunned for a moment. The devil generals of the devil clan were equivalent to the great experts of the true energy realm among the orthodox martial cultivation world. In the outer martial world, only the elders of the inner hidden sects could cultivate true energy realm experts. Even the sect leaders of the 5 big sects of the outer hidden sects were at the peak of stage 9 inner chi, unable to break through the barrier of the true energy realm. True energy realm experts were extremely rare among the orthodox martial cultivation world. Similarly, devil generals were also the peak combat power of the devil clan. Which of these experts wasn't an elder of a sect? They were existences that could shake the entire devil clan. Now that they had fallen into Qin Feng's hands, it was as easy as killing a chicken. It was really unimaginable. Great Master Solok, what should we do? The dozen or so devil generals were stunned. They all looked at an old man dressed in a black robe with fluttering white hair. This old man was also someone Qin Feng was constantly on guard against. His violent devil, Qi, clearly suppressed everyone. Orthodox martial cultivation dares to cause trouble in the devil clan's sacred land. Today is an important day of the devil clan conference. As a member of the devil clan, we must fight to the death. This concerns the reputation of the entire devil clan. No one is allowed to retreat, or else I will send them on their way. The Void Soul Temple was one of the 5 big devil sects of the devil clan. Great Master Solok was the great elder of the Void Soul Temple. It was rumored that he had stepped into the 3rd devil general realm more than 10 years ago. He only lacked an opportunity to break through to the 4th devil general realm. At this moment, among the hundreds of devil clan disciples present, Great Master Solok was the strongest. When he said this, everyone immediately gave up on the idea of escaping. Since they were going to die either way, these devil cultivators were completely enraged. More than 10 black shadows flickered in the sky and attacked Qin Feng at the same time. Qin Feng, be careful! Su Ruoro and Hua Yin cried out at the same time. Before they finished speaking, a white shadow flashed by, stepping on 2 balls of fire. In the blink of an eye, he was already standing in the sky above everyone's heads. Qin Feng held the golden phoenix saber in his hand, and the golden whirlwind wheels under his feet were like 2 bright suns. There was also a pink light flickering around Qin Feng's body. The wind howled, and that was the sound of the cosmic sword dancing in the air. Boom! The golden phoenix saber slashed down, instantly creating a 100-meter-long golden saber chi. The air was sliced in half, and there was an explosive sound. The 2 devil generals that were charging at Qin Feng couldn't dodge in time, and they were instantly blown to pieces by the golden saber chi. However, at this moment, a pink light flashed, and the other 2 devil generals felt a stabbing pain in their hearts. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Another 4 devil generals had fallen. The sky seemed to be dyed red, and a deep ravine was left in the ground. This was a crack created by the saber chi. However, the attacks of the devil generals also attacked Qin Feng. The sky was filled with fireballs and ice like a dense net, covering half of the sky. Violent demonic chi exploded in the air. Even Qin Feng didn't dare to face it head-on. Moreover, his purple thunder, wild robe, and black tortoise shield had been destroyed in the battle with Ling Jiutin. At this time, Qin Feng didn't have a powerful, protective spiritual weapon. He stepped on the golden whirlwind wheels and turned into a white shadow. Bang, 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 bang. Loud noises sounded in the sky. The attacks of the devil generals collided with each other, as if a hole had been blasted in the sky. The devil chi stage disciples, Hua Yan and Su Ruo retreated again and again until they were dozens of meters away from the battlefield. The surrounding demonic chi was turbulent, and the pressure made it hard for everyone to breathe. Kid, you are indeed powerful. You have a lot of treasures on you. Unfortunately, you dared to trespass into the sacred land of the devil race. Today you will die for sure. The speed of the golden whirlwind wheel was incomparably fast, much faster than a flying sword. Those first-level Devil General experts couldn't even keep track of Qin Fun's movements. However, a black shadow flashed behind Qin Fun. The Soul Lock Grandmaster of the Void Soul Palace was actually following behind Qin Fun. Soul Lock. The Soul Lock Master clasped his fingers together and suddenly roared. A strange energy wave rippled around Qin Feng. No one knew what kind of strange skill this Soul Lock Master had cultivated, but he seemed to be able to control Qin Feng's mind, causing his body to pause in the air for a moment. However, it was this pause that allowed the Devil Generals to find his position. Several black shadows flew over, and the shadows of swords and sabers shrouded Qin Feng. In an instant, Qin Feng was completely surrounded. Chapter 1234. The group of demon race disciples Su Ruoro and Hua Yan had been paying close attention to the battle. When they saw this scene, both sides were astonished. The demon race disciples roared in excitement, as if Qin Feng would surely die under this wave of fierce attacks. Hua Yan and Su Ruoro turned pale with fright. They kept shouting Qin Feng's name, but their voices were drowned out by the deafening explosions in the sky. When Qin Feng came back to his senses, he found himself in a difficult situation. He couldn't help but look at Master Soul Lock. This guy was strong and cultivated a secret technique. He was a difficult opponent to deal with. Seeing that the flames and ice were about to hit him, Qin Feng simply didn't dodge. He swung the golden phoenix, descending from the sky, and once again triggered a world-shattering momentum. Rumble! A deafening boom resounded through the sky, and the golden saber chief forcefully split the air in front of Qin Feng. The attacks of those demon generals disappeared under the violent saber chi, and 2 of them were even sent flying. However, there were still quite a number of fireballs that landed on Qin Feng. Master Soul Lock sent out a few palm strikes and sent Qin Feng flying. That kid is injured. Everyone go. Originally, there were 15 demon generals surrounding Qin Feng. Now there were only 8 left. The 8 of them leaped forward, not giving Qin Feng any chance to catch his breath. Master Soul Lock was the first to arrive. He landed at the edge of a huge crater, raised his hand, and struck Qin Feng several times. Whoosh! White light flickered, and 2 balls of flames flickered. Although Qin Feng was hit, he was only lightly injured. This group of demon generals was still too weak. Only the demon general level 3 Soul Lock Master could barely injure Qin Feng. As soon as they arrived on the ground, they discovered that Qin Feng had disappeared. A chill ran down their spines. Everyone turned their heads to look at the sky. Qin Feng stood on 2 balls of fire, holding a golden broadsword that was as domineering as the wings of a phoenix. No one knew when, but a blood-red armor had appeared on his body. There seemed to be blood flowing in the armor, making Qin Feng look incomparably terrifying. Roar! The pure spirit blood in the blood demon armor was activated. Qin Feng roared like an ancient beast that had awakened. The birds and beasts in the forest flew about, intimidated by Qin Feng's roar. There were also some wolf and bear howls, as if they were paying their respects to the Lord of all beasts. Why does this kid have so many treasures? This crimson armor is not simple. What's with the flames under his feet? He can actually fly in the air. I've only heard of the appearance of flying swords in ancient times. That's an existence akin to a divine artifact. But that kid isn't standing on a flying sword. It's really unfathomable. The group of demon generals was shocked by the strength Qin Feng displayed time and time again. Even Master Soul Lock was unable to walk in the air for a long time. That was an ability that only half-step demon kings could have. But Qin Feng was able to fly freely at such a young age. It was truly enviable. No matter how many treasures he has, we'll split them evenly after we kill him. Qin Feng's treasures had already made these demon generals lose their minds, but they had forgotten about Qin Feng's powerful skills. A white shadow flashed by, and the blizzard witch of the flying Fox Snow Mountain was the first to rush into the sky. This blizzard demoness was also very famous in the demon race. She had white hair but had the youthful appearance of a 17 or 18-year-old girl. Her figure was tall and hot, and she had cultivated her devil chi to the attribute of blizzard. She could be considered a genius demoness in the demon race. Seeing the blizzard demoness make her move, the crowd was once again in discussion. Many people were fascinated by the demoness' sexy body and elegant appearance, forgetting that there was still a battle of life and death here. Qianfen stood on the whirlwind golden wheel and hovered in the air motionlessly. The blizzard demoness had already sent out several palm strikes. Suddenly, the weather changed drastically. The scorching sun was covered by dark clouds, and a gust of wind mixed with a blizzard arrived, causing the temperature of the entire forest to plummet by dozens of degrees. Is this the famous blizzard demoness of the demon race? The devil chi skill that she awakened is too powerful. It's dozens of times more powerful than our flames and ice. Rumor has it that a true chi stage 2 martial practitioner fought with the blizzard demoness, and in the end he was frozen to death by the blizzard. That was 3 years ago. The blizzard demoness today might not even be afraid of a true chi stage 3 expert. That kid definitely can't escape. True chi stage 3? That guy is young and looks like he's only in his early 20s. He definitely can't break through to true chi stage 3. The blizzard demoness' beautiful eyes were filled with snowflakes, as if she was frozen. Her white hair seemed to be condensed from flying snow, and the white robe on her body was already frozen. The 7 demon generals all retreated to the side, shivering in the cold blizzard. All eyes were focused on Qianfen, but they saw him standing motionlessly in the air. The golden phoenix in his hand chopped down, but its speed was obviously much slower. Even the golden blade chi had slowed down, as if it was about to be frozen by the blizzard. A layer of ice appeared in front of Qianfen, and the surface of the ice flickered with a deep blue light. It looked incomparably hard. The blizzard demoness suddenly reached out with an ice spike, wanting to pierce Qianfen's chest. Time seemed to be frozen, but there was a slight cracking sound. After Qianfen's blade fell, he stood in the air with his hands behind his back. His body was sealed in ice, like an ice sculpture. But under the circumstances that everyone could see with their naked eyes, cracks appeared in the layer of ice. The cracks increased, and the cracks continued to expand. Just as the blizzard demoness ice spike was about to touch Qianfen's chest, there was a loud explosion, and a golden light flashed again, giving off a dazzling brilliance like the sun. Rumble! Rumble! Once the explosion started, it seemed as if it could not be stopped. The blizzard witch's expression changed drastically. Just as she was about to retreat, a thin crack appeared between her eyebrows. However, in the next second, the crack spread throughout her entire body. The blizzard witch, who was a level 2 demon general, exploded into a bloody flower high up in the sky, dyeing the surrounding white snow a bloody red hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The chill in their hearts was even stronger than the blizzard. That was a level 2 demon general, the blizzard demoness, who had awakened the rare attribute of blizzard demonic energy. Such an outstanding demoness of the demon race had fallen just like that. She had come here to compete for the position of the demon race's holy maiden. Even a candidate for the demon race's holy maiden had died. The crowd was in an uproar. Even in the face of the demon race's reputation being tarnished, these demon cultivators did not dare to act rashly. The remaining 7 demon generals stood in a row and looked at Master Soul Locke of the Void Soul Palace. Master Soul Locke's expression was incomparably solemn. He looked at Qianfen, who was still floating in the air, and no one knew what he was thinking. Among the remaining 6 demon generals, 3 were level 1 and 3 were level 2. Even the blizzard demoness had been killed, so they were obviously not enough to fill the gap between Qianfen's teeth. Master Soul Locke, this brat is too powerful. Let's retreat first and report to the leaders of the 5 demon sections. Tell Demon King Chong Lu to bring people to kill him. The sword demon elder of the ancient demon sword already had the intention to retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, the others also tried to persuade Master Soul Lock. In reality, Master Soul Lock was already thinking of retreating. Although he had hit Qin Fun with his palm, it was a sneak attack when everyone was attacking Qin Fun. Now, the remaining demon generals were not all at the same level, and most of them were injured. However, Qin Fun, who was in the air, seemed to be completely fine. Even after fighting for so long, he was still full of battle intent. Fellow demons, why are all of you joining forces to fight me? This makes me very unhappy. Just when everyone was at a loss, Qin Fun's cold voice fell from the sky. A white shadow flashed, and Qin Fun landed on the ground. He stood in front of Su Ruoro and Hua Yin again. He stood at the place where he first appeared, as if nothing had happened. However, looking at the blood all over the ground, Qin Fun had already killed 8 demon generals in the past 10 minutes. Among them, there was no lack of demon elites like the Blizzard Demoness. Master Soul Lock and the others' expressions turned cold. They were so angry that their eyeballs almost popped out. As an orthodox martial cultivator, Qin Fun had trespassed into the demon race's sacred land, and he still had the nerve to ask everyone why they wanted to kill him. Brat, you are indeed powerful, and we can't do anything to you. However, don't think that you can run amok just because of this. Trespassing into the demon race's sacred land? There are many experts in the demon race. After this, Demon King Zhong Lu will bring more experts to kill you. You will definitely die. Master Soul Lock shouted as he blew his beard. Qin Fun walked towards the demon generals, and the 7 of them immediately got into a fighting stance. However, they heard Qin Fun say with a smile, I am a demon, the leader of the Demon Moon cult, young Master Feng. I am here to participate in the demon race's convention. How is this trespassing into the demon race's sacred land? Qin Feng's words caused everyone to be shocked. Following that, they were filled with anger that reached the heavens. Qin Fun had killed 8 demon generals single-handedly, and one of the 2 women he brought was a martial cultivator. How could he have the nerve to say such words? Now you know fear, right? Do you think we are 3-year-old children? You and that woman are both martial cultivators, so you don't have to pretend to be from the demon race. I can see clearly with one glance. Master Soul Lock's face was cold, and he did not believe Qin Fun's nonsense. Even Hua Yan and Su Ruo rolled their eyes. Qin Fun's excuse was too far-fetched. Swoosh! A white shadow flashed, and Qin Fun instantly appeared in the sky above the crowd. In the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded by the strange scene in the sky. Qin Fun stood on a pair of fire wheels and hovered in the air. His left hand was burning with a dazzling flame, and his right hand was holding a long and sharp ice sword. These flames and ice were all released by Qin Fun. The ability he displayed was not only that of a demon cultivator, but that of a demon cultivator with 2 attributes. How is this possible? Is this person really a demon cultivator? And he has 2 attributes of fire and ice? This is crazy. We have been fighting for so long, so he is fighting one of our own. No, even if this brat is a demon cultivator, that woman is definitely a martial cultivator. Even the red between her eyebrows is painted on. Qin Fun's every move affected the minds of hundreds of demon disciples. Su Ruoro was at a loss when she heard everyone's discussion. Qin Fun flashed and landed beside her. Just throw these talismans and chant the incantation at the same time. As soon as Qin Fun landed, he secretly stuffed a fireball talisman into Su Ruoro's hand. Su Ruoro looked at Qin Fun in a daze, and she did not understand what he meant. The group of demon cultivators surrounded Su Ruoro, and they all questioned her identity. Su Ruoro was so nervous that her palms were sweating. She did not care too much and threw the talismans according to Qin Fun's instructions. The instant she threw them out, she chanted the incantation that Qin Fen taught her. Rumble. Chapter 1235. Su Ruo's flames came too suddenly, and the hundreds of demon disciples were all dumbfounded. Master Soul Lock and the other 6 demon generals were even more dumbfounded. They looked as if they wanted to gouge their eyes out. This woman is also a demon cultivator? What the fuck was going on? Fellow Taoists, do you believe that the 3 of us are demon disciples now? This time, I brought the Demon Moon cult to participate in the Demon Clan conference. But I didn't expect to be rejected by you. This is truly disappointing. Qin Feng took advantage of the situation, yet he was still acting innocent. He had a pained expression on his face, as if he was the victim. Su Ruo and Hua Yan were amused by Qin Feng, while Master Soul Lock and the others were extremely depressed. Since you're a demon disciple, why are you so ruthless? Why did you kill 8 demon generals in a row? Master Soul Lock questioned Qin Feng angrily. Qin Feng curled his lips and said carelessly, I was forced to do this, but you guys joined hands to kill me first. Do you think I should just let myself be captured and wait to be killed by you? Master Soul Lock was speechless, and the other 6 demon generals looked deflated. As for the hundreds of demon disciples, they were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. In the end, this was just a misunderstanding, but this misunderstanding caused the death of 8 demon general stage masters. It was a pity to think about it. Master Soul Lock's mouth opened and closed for a long time, but he couldn't find any words to refute. Finally, he glared at Su Ruo and said, since she's a demon cultivator, why did she draw a fake demon mark between her brows? That's a demon mark formed by a demon general. Many orthodox, martial cultivators like to draw fake demon marks to sneak into the demon clan's sacred land. This question was on everyone's mind. The main reason why these demon disciples suspected Qin Feng and the other 2 was because of the demon mark between Su Ruo's brows. What's wrong with drawing a demon mark? Mine was also drawn. Our cultivation is too low, so we drew a demon mark to put on a show. What if people bully us wherever we go? We're women. Hua Yan suddenly jumped out and rubbed her forehead. Her mark was wiped away, and the demon disciples and Su Ruo were dumbfounded. You guys are really infuriating. After understanding the cause of the matter, the Soul Lock Grandmaster, who was a level 3 demon general, almost died of anger on the spot. Just because of a small misunderstanding, 8 demon generals had fallen. Just thinking about it was enough to give him a headache. Secretly, Qin Feng glanced at Hua Yan with admiration. This girl is always so mischievous. Qin Fen chuckled inwardly when he saw the dejected expressions on the faces of the demons. Since the misunderstanding has been resolved, apologize to my 2 female disciples and let us in. I can forgive you this once. Qin Fen's words infuriated the demons. Master Soul Lock and the other 6 demon generals even jumped to their feet. What did you say? And you want us to apologize to your disciple? You killed 8 demon generals in a row. It's already good enough that I didn't make you apologize. Master Soul Lock roared angrily. Qin Fen's expression turned cold, and a raging flame suddenly appeared on his hands. This was the myriad beast true fire. It instantly raised the surrounding temperature, and the air that came into contact with it seemed to distort from the heat. The 6 demon generals hurriedly took a step back in fright. They stared at the burning flame in Qin Fen's hands with fear. Master Soul Lock became nervous, but he pretended to be calm and said, Young Master Feng, I think we should just let this matter go. We're all demon disciples, and we'll see each other all the time. There's no need to sour our relationship, right? Rumble. As soon as Master Soul Lock finished speaking, Qin Fen struck out with his palm. The destructive fire transformed into 2 fireballs that streaked across the sky. Master Soul Lock's expression changed drastically. By the time he reacted, it was already too late to dodge. He struck out with his skinny hands, and a wall of ice instantly appeared in front of him. Bang! The wall of ice instantly shattered. How could the ice formed by demonic chi withstand the power of the destructive fire? The fireball struck Master Soul Lock's chest and sent him flying high into the sky. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair and fell heavily into the forest a dozen or so meters away. Gasp! The demon disciples sucked in a breath of cold air. They were completely dumbfounded by the scene before them. That was the Soul Lock Grandmaster of the third layer of the Devil General Realm. The sect he belonged to was the Void Soul Palace, one of the 5 great sects of the Devil race. The Soul Lock Grandmaster had come to contest for the position of Devil King. Who would have thought that such a powerful Devil Sovereign would be sent flying by a young boy? Even Hua Yen and Su Ruo were shocked. The 2 women knew that Qin Fun was very powerful, but it was only at this moment that they personally felt his power. Qin Fun's reputation as the most powerful person in China's secular world, as well as the leader of the martial world, was not undeserved. He had single-handedly charged into the demon race's sacred land and defeated all the powerful demons. Yet he still stood tall in this forest. Master Soul Lock lay on the ground, unable to get up. However, Qin Fun did not even spare him a glance. Instead, he swept his cold gaze over the other 6 demon generals. "You don't want to apologize to my disciple?" Qin Fun's anger for beauty was unrivaled. The 6 demon generals panicked. Master Soul Lock had been sent flying, so how could they dare to make Qin Fun their enemy? "Young Master Feng, I'm blind to have offended young Master Feng's disciple. I hereby apologize. I hope the 2 beauties can forgive me. Young Master Feng is mighty. With a genius like you, the demon race will definitely develop better and better in the future. The Great Demon Mountain is willing to be an ally of the Demon Moon cult in the future and listen to young Master Feng's orders." The 6 demon generals hesitated for a moment before they all submitted to Qin Fun. It did not matter whether they submitted sincerely or not. They had no choice but to respect Qin Fun. Hua Yen and Su Ruo were dumbfounded. Not long ago, they were in a critical situation, thinking of how to escape from the Sea of Fire. Now, a group of demon disciples took the initiative to apologize. They felt as if they were dreaming. Since the 6 demon generals had submitted, the hundreds of demon disciples immediately followed suit. "Young Master Feng is mighty. Demon Moon cult is mighty." Master Soul Lock, who was lying by the side with no one showing any interest in him, was fuming with rage. However, he did not dare to oppose Qin Fun. Qin Fun's strength had shocked even Master Soul Lock. How old was this kid? It would be hard to imagine how powerful he would be in 8 to 10 years' time. The 8 guards of the Thunderbolt cult were all killed by Qin Fun. Now, no one could verify everyone's identity. Qin Fun let the group of demon disciples lead the way to the holy land where the demon conference was being held. It turned out that this mountain forest was just an entrance, which was still over 10 kilometers away from the venue of the demon convention. After flying all the way in the mountain forest, they finally came to an open plain. From a long distance, they could see a huge field in the valley. It seemed that the field of the demon convention was over there. When they arrived at their destination, the hundreds of demon disciples heaved a long sigh of relief. Qin Fun's strength had been weighing on everyone's hearts. They were afraid that this cruel and ruthless person would kill all of them. The place where the demon conference was being held was where the experts of the 6 major demon sects were gathered. These 6 major sects had countless experts, so Qin Fun was not allowed to do as he pleased. "Qin Fun, the demon chi over there is very strong. Should we go back?" Su Ruo suddenly stopped and looked at Qin Fun worriedly. Su Ruo had come to save her mother, as she did not want to burden Qin Fun. After arriving at the demon holy land, Su Ruo realized that there were many demon sects and experts here. Su Ruo was not afraid of dying here, but she could not drag Qin Fen down with her. Hua Yan's little face was also incomparably solemn. She knew more about the demon race and knew how powerful the demon Holy Land was. Why are you leaving since you're already here? Rua Ro, don't worry, I'll save Auntie. Qin Fen could also feel the demon chi in the distance, but he would not retreat. Wasn't Su Rua Ro's mother his mother? Su Rua Ro wanted to persuade him again, but Qin Fen waved his hand. He looked like he had already made up his mind to leave. The two women understood Qin Fen's personality very well, so they did not say anything more. Qin Fen, there are 6 major sects in the demon Holy Land. They are equivalent to the hidden 5 hegemons. There are many experts in these 6 sects, and they almost support the prosperity of the entire demon race. The demon disciples in the forest before us are all from small sects because the real 6 major sects do not need to check their identities. As the organizer and the impartial side, they have already gathered at the venue. We must be more careful, since the Demon Holy Land Convention was inevitable. Hua Yan had already begun to tell Qin Fen and Su Rua Ro about the demon race. Qin Fen frowned slightly, and his expression became slightly solemn. Su Rua Ro was alarmed when she heard this, and she wanted to persuade Qin Fen to go back again. Junior brother Solok, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so flustered? Everyone had already arrived at the venue of the convention, and a gray-haired elder came to greet them. When Master Solok saw the elder, he ran up to him in surprise, and the anxiety in his heart was instantly swept away. Soul-snatching sect leader, we met an enemy in the forest. The gray-haired, black-robed elder was the soul-snatching sect leader, the vice-sect leader of the Void Soul Palace, one of the 6 major sects of the demon race. He frowned and asked doubtfully, Junior brother, you met an enemy? This shouldn't be. The people who came with you are all from the ordinary sects of the demon race. How could anyone be your opponent? It turned out that the 6 major sects of the demon race had each sent some experts to the forest to receive them, and Master Solok was one of the members sent to receive them. Moreover, he was the most powerful person in the receiving team. He was a level 3 demon general expert, and he was a rare great expert in the entire demon race. How could he meet an enemy? Master Solok had a gloomy expression, and the other 6 demon generals stood at the side gloomily. The representatives of the 6 major sects walked over, and when they saw the situation, they were puzzled. Sect leader Soul Snatching, what's wrong with these people? Why are they all injured? A white-haired demoness walked over. The soul-snatching sect leader was also puzzled. He looked at Junior Brother Solok and said, Junior Brother, tell everyone. Chapter 1236. The 6 demon sovereigns all looked over and saw Qin Fen leisurely strolling toward them with women on his left and right. The soul-seizing sect leader exclaimed, What did you say? You were injured by that kid. How old is he? The female devil of the Star Moon sect, Bayu, was also surprised. Standing beside her were the red-head old monster of the life and death gate, the sword demon, great venerable of the ancient demon sword, and the thunder cult's demon king Zhong Lu, looking at the surprised expressions of the demon supremacies. Master Solok felt even more grieved and said, I wasn't the one who was injured by him. The demon generals we went to help were all injured by him. 8 demon generals died in the forest. In the end, the 7 of us had to apologize to him to save our lives. The soul-seizing sect leader's words stunned the demon sovereigns. Very soon, the soul-seizing sect leader came back to his senses and slapped Qin Fen, who was walking towards him. Rumble! A ball of scorching fire ignited, burning the air in front of Qin Fen and the other 2. The group of demon disciples didn't know what was going on, and they were attracted by this sudden fight. Damn! It's the soul-seizing sect leader. Who is that kid? How did he offend the soul-seizing sect leader? The people who rushed over did not know Qin Fen and were gloating. It seemed that Qin Fen was going to be in trouble. However, The eyeballs of the devil-race disciples who came with Qin Fen fell to the ground. Qin Fen was already incomparably overbearing in the forest, and he was strong and invincible. They didn't expect that this guy would fight with the soul-seizing palaces sect leader the moment he arrived at the venue. A dazzling ice wall appeared in front of Qin Feng and the other two. The ice was extremely hard and shone with a dazzling dark blue light under the sunlight. The soul-seizing sect leader's fire was useless and extinguished when it came into contact with the ice wall. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Everyone looked at the young Qin Feng in disbelief. That was the soul-seizing sect leader's fire, and it was blocked by this kid? Who are you? Let me fight with you. The soul-seizing sect leader was stunned and could not accept the reality in front of him. A white shadow flashed, and the white moon female demon of the stellar Luna sect leaped above Qin Feng's head. Stab! The white moon female demoness clawed at the air, and a violent and turbulent demonic aura condensed into an ice spear. Then she thrust it at Qin Feng's head. The crowd exclaimed again. Su Ruoro and Hua Yan were scared out of their wits. Why did they start fighting so soon after they arrived? Looking at the dense mass of demon clan disciples surrounding them, the two women wished they could pull Qin Fen and escape immediately. However, Qin Fen's expression remained unchanged. Suddenly, he thrust his palm into the air, and several balls of destructive fire soared into the sky. The white moon she-devil's eyes suddenly turned solemn. The icicle in her hand turned into mist and dissipated as soon as it came into contact with the destructive fire. She didn't even have time to condense a second icicle. She hastily retreated back to her original position. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence. All the fiend race disciples were frightened to the point of not even daring to breathe loudly. As soon as Qin Fen arrived, he fought with the representatives of 2 of the 5 major demon sections. Although neither of them was injured, Qin Fen had the upper hand in this simple fight. A question arose in everyone's mind. Just who was this unfamiliar young man? You guys attacked me the moment you saw me. What's the meaning of this? Qin Fen waved his hand, and the ball of flames immediately disappeared. He was somewhat shocked. The soul-snatching sect leader and the white moon female demoness who fought with him just now were not to be underestimated. They were even more powerful than the Soul Lock Master. They seemed to be experts who had broken through to the 4th level of the demon general realm. Demon cultivators were stronger than orthodox martial cultivators. The 4th level of the demon general realm was stronger than the 4th level of the true Qi realm. The highest realm that Qin Fen could challenge was the 4th level of the true Qi realm. If the representatives of the 5 major demon sects attacked together, Qin Fen could only put on the black dragon mech and carry the wind and cloud mad demon cannon. Seeing that the situation was not good, Qin Fen stopped attacking. The soul-snatching sect leader glared at Qin Fen and shouted, "Why do you think we attacked you? Why did you attack my junior brother and the other demon generals in the forest? You can't blame me for this. It was your junior brother and the others who wanted to kill me. I was just defending myself." Qin Fen's words almost infuriated the soul-seizing sect leader to death. The soul-seizing sect leader had just learned from junior brother Sui Han what had happened. Qin Fen had killed 8 demon generals by himself, and he had even severely injured Master Sui Han and 7 other demon generals. "Brat, no matter how much you say, it's useless. You dare to attack the guards formed by the 5 major sects? You even killed 8 of the demon generals. Today, you can only atone for your sins with your death." The soul-snatching sect leader roared, and once again sent his palm over. Balls of flames fell like rain, dyeing half the sky red. Many of the demon disciples were so scared that they hurriedly retreated. They could not withstand the soul-snatching sect leader's flame attack. Female demoness Bayu also leaped up, condensing a sharp ice thorn in her hand, and pointed it straight at Qin Fen. the sword demon of the ancient demon sword sect and the red-head old monster of the gate of life and death finally understood the situation. The two old monsters were immediately enraged. In the sacred land of the demon race, the 5 major demon sects were the leaders, and the disciples of the other sects were very respectful. Who would dare to kill the disciples of the 5 major sects? This was simply courting death. Of the 5 major sects, only the Thunder Sect's demon king Zhong Lu was not present. The representatives of the other 4 sects rushed towards Qin Fun. For a moment, the demonic energy surged, as if it was going to destroy the world. Su Ruoro and Hua Yan's strength was too low, and they could not withstand the impact of the demonic energy. "You guys go hide at the side." Qin Fun's expression suddenly became serious, and he pushed the 2 girls dozens of meters away from the crowd. If the soul-snatching sect leader and the others challenged him alone, Qin Fun would not be afraid. However, when the 4 demon generals attacked together, even Qin Fun felt a lot of danger. Rumble! A loud sound exploded on Qin Fun's body. The blood demon armor flowed with red light, and the pure spirit blood inside was activated. Qin Fun was like an ancient giant beast that had suddenly awakened. This change in aura caused the soul-snatching sect leader and the others to be slightly stunned. However, the 4 of them quickly regained their senses, and they were already around Qin Fun. Boom! The soul-snatching sect leader's fireball was the first to land. Qin Fun waved his palm in the air, and an extreme ice wall blocked the rain of fire. The cold wind behind him was extremely cold, and the female Devil by You threw an ice spike at him. Her aura was like a speeding truck. Qin Fun waved his hand, and several balls of destructive fire soared into the sky. When the ice spike reached Qin Fun's back, it melted into mist and evaporated. After narrowly blocking the fierce attacks of the 2 experts, the other 2 old men's attacks also landed. The ancient demon, sword demon's black hair was disheveled, and he held a blue sword in his hand. He gently slashed the air with his long sword, and in an instant, thousands of sword lights were formed, and they instantly pierced through the extreme ice wall in front of Qin Fun. "Brat, you dare to cause trouble in the demon race's sacred land? Go and die." The 3 demon experts completely broke through Qin Fun's defense, and the red-headed old man from the Gate of Life and Death launched a fatal attack. The old man's red hair was like a burning flame. He put his palms together above his head, and his entire body flew towards Qin Fun like a javelin. His speed was as fast as lightning, and when he arrived in front of Qin Fun, he turned into a flaming man. His entire body was covered in raging flames, and he used himself as a sword, as if he was a flaming sword. Bang! Qin Fun's abdomen was hit, and the violent demon Qi was like a mountain that smashed him, sending him flying hundreds of meters away on the plains. Su Ruoro and Hua Yan exclaimed in shock, and they quickly rushed towards Qin Fun. However, before the 2 of them could reach Qin Fun, the soul-snatching sect leader and the others had already landed at the edge of the deep pit. Humph! This brat is only so. How dare he kill the disciples of the 5 great sects? I'll just kill him with one palm. The red-headed old man shouted loudly. The sword demon, great, venerable, carried his treasured sword on his back, and he remained silent with a cold expression. The soul-snatching sect leader glared at Qin Fun, who was in the pit, and roared, "You have such a high cultivation level at such a young age, and you can be considered as an extremely talented genius in the demon clan. However, because you are young and arrogant, you caused such a great disaster today. Now I'll give you a chance to live. Immediately kneel in front of the representatives of the 5 great sects. Kowtow and admit your mistake. In the future, submit to the 5 great sects, and we'll spare your life." The soul-snatching sect leader fancied Qin Fun's skills, and he planned to subdue Qin Fun. The eyes of the other 3 people also shone brightly. They had personally experienced Qin Fun's strength, and he had stepped into the third stage demon general realm at such a young age. If they took him in as their disciple and trained him well, he would be incredible in the future, and he would be the next demon king. Qin Fin spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and he swallowed a few pills. The chaotic aura in his body gradually calmed down. He looked at the 4 people with a cold smile. Although these 4 people were powerful, making Qin Fin submit to them, that was simply a fool's dream. Just as Qin Fin was about to put on the black dragon mech and take out the wind and cloud-mad demon cannon to raze this demon clan's sacred land to the ground, a black shadow descended from the sky, and with a palm the soul-snatching sect leader was sent flying. A bunch of ants, how dare you bully my man? See if I don't beat you to death. The black shadow descended, and the voice was sharp and thin, but it was a man's voice, and it immediately gave everyone goosebumps. The other 3 demon sovereigns had already regained their senses, and the female devil Baiyu was about to form a sword to stab the man, but suddenly her neck was grabbed by the man in black's hand. The man in black did not know how to have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. Baiyu had soft skin and a hot body, but the man in black stretched out his right hand and slapped her violently, as if he had caught a mistress on the street. Slap, slap, slap. Within a second, more than 10 slaps landed, and Baiyu's snow-white skin was bruised and swollen. Baiyu roared angrily, and demonic qi surged from her body, forming an ice spike that stabbed towards the man. Bang! The man in black did not dodge, and his fist collided with the ice spike. The ice spike, which was harder than steel, directly broke, and the man's fist continued forward, sending Baiyu flying high into the sky. The red-headed old monster and the sword demon, Great Venerable, were stunned for a moment by the man in black who suddenly appeared. This guy's strength was too ferocious, and he was comparable to the demon king, Zhong Lu. Looking at the man's appearance, he looked to be in his 20s, and was definitely not more than 30. Chapter 1237. Brat, who are you? How dare you cause trouble in the demon race convention? You must be tired of living. The red-headed old monster and the sword demon great sovereign of the ancient demon sword sect were furious. Although they were shocked by the strength of the newcomer, they quickly calmed down. This is the venue of the demon race convention. There are hundreds and thousands of demon disciples here. There are also many demon generals and the previous demon king Zhonglu. No matter how powerful a person is, he must obediently obey. The black-clothed man was tall and slender. If one looked at him from the back, one would think that he was a woman. However, when he arrived, his voice was that of a man. The man's black robe and black hat covered his entire body so tightly that no one could see what he looked like. Humph! The 5 demon sects are nothing. How dare you touch my man? I want you all to die. The black-clothed man kept saying that Qin Feng was his man, which gave everyone goosebumps. Su Ruoro and Hua Yan were so shocked that their jaws dropped. The newcomer was a man, but he said that Qin Feng was his man? The 2 women felt disgusted. Qin Feng was doing something behind their sisters' backs? The person who was the most depressed was Qin Feng, who was lying in the deep pit. The blood in his body was surging, and he couldn't move for a while. Looking at the back of the tall and thin figure on the ground, Qin Feng wanted to stomp this stinking idiot to death. Who the hell is your man? So it's a psychopath. Let me slap you to death. The red-headed old monster couldn't stand it anymore and slapped the black-clothed man. The sword demon, great sovereign, also waved the blue sword in his hand. Suddenly, the sword hummed and the man was surrounded by sword chi. Humph! You 2 old fogies fall. Even though he was facing the joint attack of 2 level 4 devil generals, the black-robed man was still fearless. His black robe fluttered as waves of devil chi surged out. He pushed his palm forward and a red mist filled the air, blocking the surrounding sword chi. Then he punched out again, colliding with the red-headed old man who had transformed into a sword. Rumble! A loud sound rang out from the ground, shaking the ground beneath their feet. The red-headed old freak's entire body was on fire. After his palms collided with the black-clothed man's fists, he actually retreated several steps. Seeing that the black-clothed man was still standing in his original spot, the red-headed old freak actually had the upper hand, even though he was fighting one against two. The surrounding demonic cultivator disciples were in an uproar. Whether it was Qin Feng or the black-clothed man who had suddenly appeared, they both shocked everyone. There were many holy lands and sects of the devil race, and there were countless devil race disciples. However, there were only a few who were famous in the devil race, and they were all elders or even sect masters from the 5 great sects. However, no one knew about Qin Feng and the black-clothed man. They were like dark horses that had suddenly appeared. Each of them was a powerhouse of the 4th level of the demon general realm, and they caused a huge wave in this demon race convention. The first exchange between the black-robed man and the 4 demon generals had already ended. The Loxol sect master and the Demoness Bayou, who had been sent flying, had already returned to the group. The 4 of them glared at the black-robed man, but they did not see him continue to attack. "Who exactly are you?" The red-headed old freak glared at the black-robed man. When the black-robed man attacked, demonic chi surged from his body. Clearly, he was a disciple of the devil race, so the 4 of them temporarily stopped. "Who I am isn't important. What's important is that you dared to hurt my man. I, Li Tao, will fight to the death with you." The black-robed man finally announced his name. However, the 4 demon generals stared at each other. Clearly, they had never heard of Li Tao's name. The hundreds of demonic disciples standing at the side were also confused. Who was Li Tao? There didn't seem to be such a person among the powerful demons. Just when everyone was confused, Hua Yin looked as if she had been struck by lightning. She looked at the tall and skinny black-robed man standing on the plains in disbelief. When Qin Feng and Hua Yin teamed up to explore the ancient martial ruins in Acropolis City's Ghost Mountain, they met Li Tao. At that time, Hua Yin felt that there was something wrong with Li Tao. He was like a homosexual clinging to Qin Feng. Now that she saw Li Tao again, Hua Yin felt intoxicated. Qin Feng's body had recovered a little. However, the instant he heard Li Tao's name, he suffered internal injuries and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Qin Feng knew Li Tao's identity quite well. This person used to be one of Liu Bingbing's subordinates in Acropolis City's police station. Qin Feng even saved Li Tao once when he went to Hepping Town's Feng Yunfen City. However, Li Tao cultivated the little chrysanthemum treasure book, and since then he was neither a man nor a woman. It was as if he cultivated the sunflower treasure book. The last time Qin Feng saw Li Tao was during the exploration of the ancient martial ruins. It had been half a year since then. Just when Qin Feng had almost forgotten about this person, he suddenly appeared at the Demon Race Conference. What shocked Qin Feng even more was that Li Tao had ascended from being a level 5 devil cultivator to being able to fight against 2 level 4 devil generals by himself. This breakthrough, speed, shocked Qin Feng. "I heard that someone dares to cause trouble at the Demon Race Conference? Come out and accept your death." While the atmosphere was stifling and deadlocked, an angry roar came from the sky. Before the voice faded away, a black shadow had already landed in front of the 4 demon generals. The man was wearing a black battle robe, and there were 2 sharp, hooked thorns on his back. There were 2 steel bracers on his arms, and his long hair was scattered over his shoulders. His face was pale and bloodless, but his lips were bright red. There was a red demon mark between his eyebrows. His eyebrows and hair shot up to the sky, making him look like a demon king. Seeing this person, the entire demon race was instantly stirred up. This was because he was the current king of the demon race, Demon King Zhonglu. "Lord Demon King, it's those 2 brats who are causing trouble here. I hope that Demon King can uphold justice for everyone." As soon as Zhonglu appeared, the previously arrogant and despotic soul-snatching sect leader and the others became half a head shorter. When they spoke, their bodies had to bend slightly. Zhong Lu ignored the words of the female demon Baiyu. His cold gaze swept across Li Tao and Qin Fun. Qin Fun was still lying in the huge pit to adjust his breath. Li Tao's expression became solemn as he sized up Zhong Lu. You dare to cause trouble in the demon race's holy land? Which sect are you a disciple of? Zhong Lu stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes always had a cold attitude, as if the entire demon race was his people. I don't belong to any sect. When I saw my man was beaten, I came out to take revenge. You don't need to talk nonsense. If you want to fight, then hurry up. Li Tao was not weak. In the face of Demon King Zhong Lu, he can still calm down. Demon Lord knitted his eyebrows and looked at Qin Fun, who was lying in the deep pit. After confirming that Qin Fun was also a man, the Demon King's face became strange. I don't care about other things. Today is the demon race's convention. No one is allowed to cause trouble. You kneel down and kowtow to admit your guilt, and then abolish your cultivation. I will let you live because you are a member of the demon race as the king of the demon race. Demon Lord was incomparably overbearing. Li Tao suddenly got angry and hit Demon Lord with his palm. I will abolish your cultivation first. Bang! A ball of red demonic energy filled the void and suddenly exploded into flames. Demon King Zhong Lu was surrounded by the flames, but he didn't seem to dodge at all. The raging flames burned around his body for more than 5 meters. Even his appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Many demon disciples screamed in alarm, thinking that the Demon King was burned to death. However, at this moment, the flames suddenly moved. The flame that was several meters high suddenly condensed into a human shape. It was Demon King, Demon Lord. He condensed the flame on his fist and fiercely smashed it towards Li Tao. You are courting death! The Demon King's roar shook the valley. The speed of this punch was too fast. Li Tao's face drastically changed. He wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. He hurriedly swung his fist, but he found out that the flames he threw out was very powerful. After the flames were condensed by Demon Lord, it seemed to have sublimated. Its temperature can even melt steel. Bang! A loud sound exploded in front of Li Tao. At the last moment, Li Tao retracted his fist. He was afraid that his whole arm will be burned to ashes by Demon Lord's fiery fist. Li Tao was ready to get punched by Demon Lord, but he found out that there was a dark blue ice wall in front of him. This ice wall was indestructible. Demon Lord's fiery fist only made a few cracks on it, but it didn't directly break the ice wall. My dear, it's you, right? You saved my life. You are so domineering. Li Tao suddenly woke up and rushed towards Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng's body was so scared that he almost vomited. Demon Lord's fist missed, so he quickly retreated back and stood in front of the 4 demon generals. However, the extreme ice wall slowly shattered and finally turned into mist and dissipated, as if nothing had happened. But everyone was shocked. The demon disciples were dumbfounded. The representatives of the 4 demon sects were also dumbfounded. Demon King Demon Lord secretly glanced at Qin Feng's eyes. He thought that the teenager in the deep pit was a waste. He didn't expect that his ice wall was so hard. Qin Feng's heart was also very shocked. That ice wall was condensed by the glacial snow mastiff's demon core. It was on the same level as the fire of destruction. The fire of destruction was the 1,000 beasts' true fire, which was much more powerful than the demonic flames. Since Qin Feng's possession of the ice wall, he had faced countless experts. Only Ling Jiutian could break the ice wall with one punch, and now Demon Lord also did it. Although he didn't directly smash it, he really broke the defense of the ice wall. They thought that after Demon King, Demon Lord appeared, he will definitely kill Qin Feng's and Li Tao. But in the end, both sides just stood in the same place for a long time. The demon disciples didn't even dare to breathe loudly. This year's demon convention haven't started, and the demon king has not been elected yet, but there were already 2 demon experts that they had never heard of before. Many of the disciples who were preparing to participate in the demon convention were in despair. Now, they didn't even have the courage to participate. The demon convention is about to begin. I will go and do my business. After a moment of confrontation, Demon Lord turned into a black shadow and disappeared, as if he had never appeared. Looking at the place where Demon Lord previously stood, the demon race was completely dumbfounded. What the hell now? Red Head Old Monster was dumbfounded. Even Demon King was scared away. However, White Moon Female Demon King, Soul Snatching Sect Leader, and Sword Demon King didn't think so. Demon King just casually attacked. He didn't even use his real strength. The reason why he left was to preserve his strength. Chapter 1238. Since Demon King Chong Lu didn't pursue Qin Feng and Li Tao's responsibility, the 4 demon cult representatives retreated. Seeing the demon generals of the large demon cult running away, the demon disciples felt like they were dreaming. They stole glances at Qin Feng and Li Tao from time to time. They were shocked. Hey, stay away from Qin Feng. Don't you think you're disgusting? Hua Yan ran to Qin Feng's side and pushed Li Tao, who was about to throw himself into Qin Feng's arms, to the side. It was Su Ruo's first time seeing Li Tao, so she didn't know what kind of person he was. Qin Feng ate some pills and rested for a while. Now he had recovered most of his strength. Li Tao wasn't angry when Hua Yan pushed him away. He put away the aggressiveness and fierceness he had when he faced Demon King Chong Lu. He even put on a smile and moved closer to Hua Yan. Haha, big sister Hua Yan, don't you recognize me? I'm Li Tao, your good sister Li Tao. Li Tao held Hua Yan's arm as if they were best friends. Hua Yan was shocked. She shook off Li Tao's hand as if her arm was on fire. Are you sick? If you're sick, go to the hospital and get treated. I'm warning you, if you dare to get close to Qin Feng again, I won't let you go. You're a man. Hua Yan was a mischievous woman, but she was tortured by Li Tao. Su Ruo stood at the side in a daze. Her worldview was almost destroyed by Li Tao. Li Tao's condition was indeed more serious. Last time in the ancient martial relic, he was still aware that he was a man. He spoke cautiously because he was afraid that people would find out his mother's surname. But after half a year, Li Tao acted as if he was a woman and didn't care about the strange gazes around him. Ah, what's this big sister's name? We'll be good sisters in the future. We should take care of each other. Li Tao ran to Su Ruo's side with a smile. Su Ruo was scared and quickly retreated. She looked at Li Tao as if she was facing a great enemy. Qin Feng couldn't stand it anymore and kicked Li Tao to the ground. Damn you, Li Tao. I'll kill you if you keep this up. Qin Feng's angry roar scared the group of devil cultivator disciples away, but Li Tao wasn't afraid. He immediately crawled up from the ground, rubbed his butt, and looked at Qin Feng as if he had been wronged. Young Master Qin, you really kicked me hard. My butt hurt from your kick. Why you want to help me rub it? This time, Qin Feng didn't need to do anything. Hua Yan waved her hand, and a long blood shadow whip fell from the sky, directly lashing Li Tao's buttocks. Pervert, hurry up and scram, or this old lady will whip you until your skin is torn and your flesh is torn. Even a kind-hearted little beauty like Su Ruo almost pulled out her sword and stabbed Li Tao, this pervert, to death. Although Hua Yan was ruthless, Li Tao did not feel much pain due to his high realm. However, when he saw that his good sister refused to acknowledge him and turned against him, he looked at Hua Yan helplessly. He felt so wrong that tears fell from his eyes. Su Ruo couldn't stand it anymore. She grabbed Hua Yan's arm and said, Hua Yan, stop hitting him. He saved Qin Feng's life. Let him go! Hua Yan finally stopped. She glared at Li Tao and shouted angrily, Pervert, get out of here! Li Tao's clothes were in tatters, but he ran to Hua Yan and Su Ruo's side as if nothing had happened. He held their hands and said excitedly, "Big sisters, please accept me. I promise I won't fight for your favor. I'll be responsible for young Master Qin's safety and the safety of my sisters." Su Ruo and Hua Yan rolled their eyes and almost fainted from anger. Qin Feng calmed down a bit and suddenly said to Li Tao, "Come with me for a moment." Li Tao hurriedly let go of the two women's hands and ran towards Qin Feng, excitedly. Su Ruo and Hua Yan pouted gloomily. "Qin Feng, if you dare to go with him, we won't talk to you anymore." Qin Feng was confused by this strange relationship. He said with a serious expression, "I have something to ask Li Tao. What are you guys thinking about? Don't worry and wait for me." Qin Feng dragged Li Tao to a secluded corner. Su Ruo and Hua Yan could still see them, but they couldn't hear their conversation. "Young Master Qin, why did you call me over alone? Is it?" Li Tao's face was red and he twirled his index finger. Before he could finish, Qin Feng punched him in the chest and yelled, "Be fucking serious!" Li Tao didn't react at all. He even pouted and acted coquettishly. "Young Master Qin, I've always been serious. Can't you tell?" Qin Feng was completely defeated by Li Tao. He had asked Little Pig about the little chrysanthemum treasured book and the demon treasured book. The demon sovereign treasured book had no side effects, but the little chrysanthemum treasured book had side effects. It could cause gender confusion. The more one cultivated, the more serious the gender confusion would be. From Li Tao's current performance, it was no wonder that his strength increased by leaps and bounds. "What's the level of your little chrysanthemum treasured book?" Qin Feng asked the main question. "It's only a small success. This little chrysanthemum treasured book is one of the demon grand ceremonies. It's very profound and difficult to cultivate," Li Tao said with a pout. Qin Feng resisted the urge to angrily slap Li Tao. Inside he was shocked. Li Tao only cultivated the little chrysanthemum treasured book to a small success, yet he was already so strong. What would happen if he cultivated it to the completion stage? Soon, Qin Feng thought of another serious problem. Li Tao became like this after reaching the small success stage. Would he really become a woman when he reached the completion stage? Would his body structure change as well? Qin Feng discovered that the demon grand ceremonies were very powerful. In the end, he could change a person's gender. This was why Qin Feng never cultivated the demon sovereign treasured book. This demon technique was a bit strange. "Then what level are you at now?" Qin Feng continued to ask. "That's hard to say. My true level is only level 2 demon general. But if I use a secret technique to increase my strength, even a level 4 demon general powerhouse is trash in front of me." Li Tao held his head high and puffed out his chest. It was rare for him to show the domineering side of a man. Though the side effects of the little chrysanthemum treasured book were too terrifying, Qin Feng had to admit that he was powerful. Li Tao's current situation was the same as Qin Feng's. The two of them were about the same level, but they could kill people above their level after exploding. There were as many experts as the clouds in the Devil Race convention this time. Qin Feng was a little uncertain in his heart. Now that Li Tao suddenly appeared, he became a capable battle general for Qin Feng. "Li Tao, I want to participate in this demon conference and take down the Demon King. How about you help me?" Qin Feng asked tentatively. Li Tao agreed without hesitation. "Don't worry, young Master Qin. My body is yours from now on. Papa, my life is young Master Qin's. Just one word from young Master Qin, and this little girl will not refuse." Qin Feng was scared to the point of turning around and running a few times, but in the end, he still stood firmly in front of Li Tao. Even when he met a peerless powerhouse like Ling Jiutian, Qin Feng was not as afraid as he was now. Just as the two finished talking, Demon King Zhong Lu's majestic and powerful voice came from afar. The demon conference had officially begun. Thousands of disciples from various sects gathered in front of a fighting ring. Zhong Lu stood on the ring, while the white moon female demon and the other three stood on both sides of the ring. They controlled the order and safety of the scene at all times. The audience was completely silent. The demon disciples listened to Zhong Lu's words seriously. Qin Feng and Li Tao returned to the two women's side. The two women immediately held Qin Feng's arms tightly and stared at Li Tao with vigilance. It was as if they had found a love rival. Qin Feng, what did you guys talk about over there? Hua Yan stared at Qin Feng nervously. Su Ruoro was also afraid. If Qin Feng dared to mess around with Li Tao, Su Ruoro would never let Qin Feng touch her body again. Seeing the two women's suspicious eyes, Qin Feng naturally knew what they were thinking. He was immediately depressed. Was he that kind of person in their eyes? Don't think too much. I let Li Tao join the Demon Moon cult. In a while, he will join forces with me to fight for the Demon King position. If we can win this term's Demon King, the demon race will be under our control in the future. Ruo Ro's mother can also be safely rescued. After all, Qin Feng came to the sacred land of the demon race to help Su Ruo Ro save her mother. In fact, Qin Feng could directly kill his way to the Star Luna sect and force them to release Lu Yu. However, Lu Yu was a disciple of the Star Luna sect. If he really fought with the Star Luna sect, it would be very difficult for Lu Yu. Therefore, Qin Feng planned to win the Demon King position. Then he would unify the righteous and demonic sects of the pugilistic world. This way, the pugilistic world would develop in a more orderly manner. At this time, Demon King Zhong Lu finished talking nonsense and officially started the competition of the Demon Conference. Not only would the new Demon King be chosen, but the Demon Saintess would also be chosen. According to the rules of the previous Demon Conference, we will first fight for the Demon King position. Now, let the competition begin. Just as Zhong Lu finished speaking, a black shadow flew up and landed on the large arena. The man was in his 40s and held a thin sword. He looked around the crowd and said, I am Gao Chun of Yunhai Mountain. If anyone is dissatisfied, please come up on stage. Yunhai Mountain was only a small sect among the demon sections. However, Gao Chen was the sect's great elder. His strength was stable at the 8th stage of the demon cultivator realm. He was more powerful than more than half of the thousands of people in the arena. Seeing Gao Chen, Su Ruoro and Hua Yan's expressions turned cold. Hua Yan pulled Qin Feng's arm and complained, Qin Feng, before you came, that guy almost bullied Ruoro. Luckily, I arrived in time and scared them away. Qin Feng was instantly furious. However, before he could go up on stage, a gust of wind blew beside the three of them. They saw Li Tao land on the arena. Without a word, he struck out with his palm. The 8th stage demon cultivator, Gao Chen, was sent flying dozens of meters away. He died on the spot. The noisy crowd suddenly became quiet. There was only the sound of the wind whistling in their ears. Qin Feng and the other two were startled. They were shocked by Li Tao's strength. This kid was cruel and merciless to his enemies. But in front of Qin Feng and the two women, he was neither a man nor a woman. The contrast was so big that the three of them were shocked. Many people didn't see the situation clearly. They discovered that Gao Chun of Yunhai Mountain was already dead. Li Tao was too lazy to look at Gao Chen's corpse. He looked around at the crowd and coldly shouted, Everyone saw it, right? This is the result of bullying my good sister. Brothers, I haven't rushed to the monthly rankings for a long time. Please support me with the monthly votes. Young Master Du is very grateful. For the fastest and error-free reading, please bookmark this site to read the latest. Chapter 1239. The audience was silent. The group of demon disciples didn't even dare to breathe. Li Tao's appearance was too strong. He was the man who fought against the representatives of the 4 major demon sects and the Demon King. Zhong, Lu Su Ruoro, and Hua Yan widened their beautiful eyes. Finally, they didn't dislike Li Tao as much. Qin Fun hugged the two girls and stood leisurely to the side. It seemed like he didn't have to fight today. In the past demon race conventions, hundreds and thousands of demon disciples would be eager to fight for the highest honor of the Demon King. However, this year's Demon King contest was a bit quiet. The contest had just begun, but because of Li Tao, the demon disciples didn't dare to fight. The soul-seizing sect leader and the other three stood to the side angrily. Zhong Lu's face also sunk. Li Tao stood on the stage like a king. He looked around and didn't see anyone who dared to go on stage. The Demon King contest hasn't started yet? Why is there no one? If there is no one to challenge, I will be the Demon King this year. Li Tao waited for a while and was a bit impatient. He shouted at the audience, but his every move was very feminine, like a coquettish old woman. Great Demon Mountain's Wan Dao is here. After a long silence, a white figure finally flew out from the crowd. The person who came had white hair and a red demon mark between his eyebrows. It was obvious that he was an expert who had stepped into the demon general stage. When this person announced his name, the crowd was in an uproar. It was obvious that he was also a famous person in the demon race. TSK. It's actually the Great Demon Mountain's Wan Dao Elder. The Great Demon Mountain is considered a big sect in the demon race. It is rumored that the elders are all demon generals, especially the Great Elder Wan Dao, who is at the peak of the second layer demon general. He killed 8 true Qi level 1 orthodox martial cultivators by himself. Since then, his name has resounded in the demon race. Great Elder Wan Dao is powerful, but in the hands of that pervert, the crowd's discussion continued. Suddenly, they heard a loud noise in the air. Everyone subconsciously looked up. The Great Elder Wan Dao of the Great Demon Mountain's feet didn't even land on the stage. He was already sent flying by Li Tao's palm and landed in a huge pit dozens of meters away. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The sounds of discussion suddenly disappeared, and the crowd of Devil Race disciples stared at Li Tao in disbelief. They were still thinking about how long the Great Elder of the myriad Dao sects could last against Li Tao. Was it possible to counterattack and defeat Li Tao? In the end, all their illusions were shattered at the very beginning. In the face of absolute power, all that was left was astonishment after Li Tao sent Great Demonic Mountain's myriad Dao flying with a palm. He didn't even look at that person. A hint of disdain flashed on his face as he said, "Is the demon race only this many experts?" What a disappointment. The whole audience was silent. Everyone was suppressed by Li Tao's strength. This group of Demon Clan disciples held back their resentment in their hearts, but they did not dare to vent it out. When had anyone dared to cause trouble in such a big Demon Clan holy land? Li Tao actually dared to speak arrogantly in front of all the Demon Clan disciples and experts. This guy was as strong as Qin Fun. None of the demon race disciples below dared to step forward. Even the Great Devil Mountain's second-layer demon General Elder Myriad Dao was unable to withstand a single blow. So how could they be Li Tao's opponent? Everyone's eyes fell on the representatives of the 5 major sections. Their faces were full of expectation. Now, they can only rely on these 4 representatives and Demon King Demon Lord to suppress Li Tao. Humph! Ignorant madman, you dare to be so arrogant in the Demon Clan convention. Let this old man extinguish your arrogance, the soul-seizing temple's representative, the soul-seizing temple's patriarch, jumped up and landed on the stage, which immediately caused the demon cultivators below the stage to cheer. Everyone's eyes were focused on Li Tao and the soul-seizing temple's patriarch. Even the red-headed old monster and the others were nervous. The 4 representatives of the 5 major sects had fought with Li Tao not long ago. Li Tao's strength made the 4 of them amazed. "It's you again, this old man. Let's settle the old and new accounts together, seeing the soul-seizing temple's patriarch." Li Tao roared and attacked him with his palm. A black shadow suddenly disappeared. Li Tao's speed was so fast that it made people speechless. However, in the eyes of the soul-seizing temple's patriarch, he could still see Li Tao's trajectory. This person's body was soft and light. It was simply more flexible than a woman's. His moves were also very strange. His pair of white and slender palms were like a woman's palm. "You pervert, who is neither a man nor a woman, die." The soul-seizing temple's patriarch roared angrily. Facing Li Tao, who was flying towards him, he did not dodge. Instead, he suddenly put his palms together, and the red demonic mark between his eyebrows shone brightly. It was as if he had opened his heaven's eye. Rays of red light shot towards Li Tao. No one knew what they were, but Li Tao did not care about them. His palm had already landed in front of the soul-seizing temple's patriarch. Buzz! A strange energy wave rippled out. The soul-seizing temple's patriarch's will was very strong. He instantly captured Li Tao's consciousness. Li Tao's soft palm suddenly stopped in front of the soul-seizing temple's patriarch. He was like a puppet whose soul had been taken away. He stood there blankly without moving. Rumble! A muffled sound exploded on Li Tao's body. The soul-seizing temple's patriarch seized the opportunity and sent Li Tao flying with a palm. The violent collision caused Li Tao to wake up. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair and almost fell off the stage. "Ah, is he all right?" Hua Yan and Su Ruoro frowned. Although the two women rejected Li Tao on the surface, they were more or less worried in their hearts. At the end of the day, Li Tao was not a bad person. Moreover, he saved Qin Feng's life. Deep down, the two women treated Li Tao as one of their own. Qin Feng's expression also became cold. When he fought with Master Soul Lock, he experienced the power of the Void Soul Palace's secret technique. Master Soul Lock was able to make Qin Feng's consciousness stop for a second. Now, the soul-seizing temple's patriarch on the stage was obviously even more powerful. "Ha! Brat, you're only SO. Let's see if you still dare to be so arrogant." After being hit, the soul-seizing temple's patriarch instantly became arrogant. Li Tao had already crawled up from the ground. He wiped the remaining blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at the soul-seizing temple's patriarch coldly. It was as if he was staring at a dead man. "Since you're looking for death, I'll fulfill your wish," Li Tao roared angrily. The black robe on his body suddenly made a chilly sound. It was as if there was a blower hidden in his robe. It was as if he had changed into a different person. Demonic chi exploded from his body, and a purple demonic birthmark suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. It was even more magnificent than the red demonic mark formed by the demon general. What is that? This is the first time I've seen a purple demonic mark." The crowd was already in an uproar. The demon disciples were all shocked by Li Tao's transformation. The faces of the three major sects who were standing at the side of the stage changed drastically. Demon King Zhong Lu's sword-like eyebrows knitted together as he stared at the purple demonic mark between Li Tao's eyebrows. His eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness and greed. The group of ordinary demon disciples did not understand the profoundness of the purple demonic mark, but the higher-ups of the 5 major sects were very clear about it. Ever since the emergence of the martial arts world in China, the demon race had been multiplying until now. It was rumored that when the demon sects were just established, the first-generation Great Demon King created 2 demon races, Holy Scriptures. As long as one obtained one of them and cultivated it, he would be able to dominate the demon race and become the supreme demon king. And the purple demonic mark was the result of cultivating one of the scriptures, the little chrysanthemum treasure book. Li Tao actually cultivated the little chrysanthemum treasure book. The hearts of the 5 major sects' representatives were filled with stormy waves. How could you? You. After the soul-snatching sect leader saw the purple demonic mark between Li Tao's eyebrows, he was so surprised that he couldn't even speak properly. He was just halfway through his words when a violent demonic chi turned into a palm print. Li Tao casually slapped the soul-snatching sect leader and sent him flying. Bang! The power of this palm print was infinite. It was as if the heaven and earth had collapsed in an instant. The soul-snatching sect leader didn't even have the chance to fight back or resist. His whole body was sent flying hundreds of meters away. His chest caved in, and he was lying in a huge pit. A great expert of the fourth layer of the Devil General Realm was so easily defeated, even though they saw it with their own eyes. The demon disciples found it hard to accept. The valley fell into a dead silence. The atmosphere was so cold that it almost froze. The demon disciples in the audience completely dispelled the idea of going to the stage. No one dared to challenge Li Tao again. Originally, everyone pinned their hopes on the representatives of the 5 major sections. But at this time, the mood of the demon cultivators was very low. They even lost confidence in the sword demon, Great Venerable. They can only guess whether the Demon King can defeat Li Tao or not. When the purple demonic mark appeared, Li Tao changed into a different person. It was as if he was a demon king. His demonic qi surged in all directions. The femininity in his body dissipated a lot. It only made people feel domineering. Li Tao was very clear that he can't maintain the state for a long time. After activating the secret method of the small chrysanthemum treasure book, his strength will increase in a short period of time. It was somewhat similar to the crazy state, but after cultivating the small chrysanthemum treasure book, Li Tao will enter the crazy state without losing his mind. Is there anyone else? If there is no one else, then I will be the Demon King. Li Tao didn't delay any longer. He swept his eyes across the audience with an arrogant look. Demon King Demon King's face turned cold. The other 3 major sects representatives looked at each other. For a moment, no one dared to go up. Seeing that the atmosphere was in a deadlock, Demon Lord said to the white moon female Demon King beside him, "You originally wanted to be the Demon Saintess. You go up first. When the time comes, I will help you by you didn't intend to make a move." Because she didn't have the confidence to win against Li Tao. Not to mention, her goal was not the Demon King but the Demon Saintess. But now the sword demon, Great Venerable, and the red-headed old monster didn't want to make a move. The 3 of them were the most promising candidates in the Demon King election. Bai Yu hesitated for a moment, then suddenly flew up to the stage. Phew! Seeing that someone had finally entered the arena, the crowd of Devil Race disciples heaved a sigh of relief. Although Li Tao was also a demon, no one knew him. Not to mention, Li Tao was arrogant and cruel. The demon disciples would rather let the representative of the 5 major sects win the position of the new Demon King. They don't want this position to fall into Li Tao's hands. Star Moon Sects, White Moon Female Demon King is here. You still don't want to be captured by you who has long white hair, a delicate face, and skin as clean as ice. From her appearance, she looks like a 15 or 16-year-old girl. Chapter 1240. In 1 second, pen swept go. Wonderful pop-up window free reading. White Moon Demoness is up. There's another good show to watch. Among the 5 major sects of the demon race, the soul-snatching sect leader is the weakest. Their Void Soul Palace mainly relies on secret techniques to become strong, but their combat power is actually very weak. Even some of the stronger 3rd-level demon generals can defeat the soul-snatching sect leader. Demoness Bai Yu is one of the stronger ones among the 5 major sections. Can she beat that kid? I think White Moon Demoness is a bit uncertain. That kid has already cultivated the purple demonic seal and looks very powerful. As soon as Bai Yu went up, the audience became restless. Li Tao and Bai Yu looked at each other, as if they couldn't hear the discussions around them. Finally, a person of the same sex. But I won't show mercy to you. Bai Yu, who had just entered the arena, almost fell down from shock at Li Tao's words. Everyone had felt that there was something wrong with Li Tao. He was neither a man nor a woman. Now, the White Moon Demoness could conclude that the man opposite her was a pervert. You guy who is neither a man nor a woman. Watch my sword! Bai Yu couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Li Tao, afraid that she would be infected by this man's mental illness. With a leap, her body was as agile as a swallow, and in a breath, she arrived above Li Tao's head. She stretched out her hand, and an ice sword condensed from ice appeared. Swish! The ice sword in Bai Yu's hand slashed down, bringing with it several rays of cold light. The air was pierced, and the airflow seemed to be frozen. Some mist appeared around Li Tao's body. It was originally a scorching sun, but it seemed that he had fallen into an ice cellar. Everyone exclaimed. They had long heard that Star Lunasex, White Moon Demoness, had cultivated the ice attribute to the extreme, and now it seemed that the rumors were true. Li Tao's face was covered with a layer of frost. Even though he had demonic qi to protect his body, it was so cold that his body began to tremble involuntarily. Under this cold airflow, Li Tao felt his movements slow down. He knew that he couldn't let Bai Yu continue, or he would be frozen into an ice sculpture. Rumble! With a wave of his hand, several fireballs flew into the air. Li Tao, who had used the little chrysanthemum secret technique, surged endlessly like waves. The flames were several times stronger than ordinary demonic cultivators, instantly igniting half the void. You want to clash with my ice? You're courting death. The White Moon Demoness didn't back down. With a wave of her hand, another ice sword appeared in her hand. She held a sword in each hand, and her snow-white hair danced wildly in the wind. The red demonic mark on her forehead shone brightly, making her look like a white-haired demoness. The two swords slashed down, causing the airflow around him to surge and change. Layers of chilling intent fell from the sky, instantly condensing into 100-meter-long icicle in that half of the void, piercing straight towards Li Tao. Half was ice, and the other half was rain of fire. These two different elemental attacks represented the pinnacle of the battle between two powerhouses. The ice and the flame quickly collided. The violent sound and explosion of the airflow really shook the valley. The air was misty, as if there was a fog in the mountains in the early morning. Li Tao retreated several steps, avoiding the center of the explosion. The White Moon Demoness was hit in midair by the aftermath, and flew out like a kite with a broken string. She landed on the edge of the ring, as if a gust of wind could blow her off. The exclamations and shouts in the surroundings came to an abrupt end. That pinnacle showdown just now was shocking, but the ending was even more shocking. Under this blow, Li Tao seemed to be unharmed, while the White Moon Demoness fell to the ground and could not get up. You only have this little ability, yet you dare to fight me in a life-and-death battle? What a joke! Li Tao stood with his hands behind his back, looking indifferently at the White Moon Demoness on the edge of the ring. Even the great lord of the Sword Demon and the red-headed old monster held their breath. They couldn't accept this fact. That was the White Moon Demoness. How could she be so easily defeated by Li Tao? On the other hand, Demon Lord's eyes flashed with coldness, but he didn't panic. He was very clear about the strength of the other four demonic sex powerhouses. Bai Yu hadn't used her real killer move yet. Rumble. Sure enough, a loud noise suddenly came from the ring, and in the blink of an eye, Bai Yu, who had fallen to the ground, appeared in midair. Her body was violently exploding, and her white hair was standing on top of her head, dancing in the wind. Her clear and beautiful eyes turned blood red, and the demonic mark between her eyebrows was as red as blood, as if it was about to drip out. In the last second of Bai Yu's consciousness, she looked up to the sky and roared, "Bastard, today you will die!" Swish! Several icicles fell from the sky, and the speed was like a falling meteor. The crowd exclaimed again and again. As a member of the demon race, everyone was very clear about Bai Yu's current state. She unexpectedly, forcibly entered the state of madness. Madness can instantly increase the strength of the demon race. Their combat power and defense power will reach an amazing level, but many demonic cultivators will lose their consciousness after entering madness. Even the White Moon Demonists of the Star Moon sect can't avoid it. Madness is powerful, but the side effects are also obvious. If it's light, their strength will fall, and they will need months or even years to recuperate. If it's heavy, they will explode on the spot in the battle. Unless it's a last resort, the people of the demon race will not easily use this kind of demonic method. The icicles fell from the sky like rain, and even Li Tao's expression became serious. The surrounding chill was 10 times more intense than before, and even the demon disciples dozens of meters away from the stage could feel the sudden drop in temperature. Many of them curled up and shivered, and the stage was covered in a layer of frost. The temperature had dropped to -50 degrees Celsius at the very least. Li Tao was still wearing a thin black robe. In this Arctic cold, his movement speed was clearly slowed. Seeing Baiyu falling from the sky with icicles in her hands, Li Tao fiercely clenched his teeth, and his body also exploded. Rumble! Several fireballs soared into the sky, and Li Tao's eyes were suffused with a purple light. The little chrysanthemum treasure book's secret technique is profound and can allow Li Tao to maintain the state of madness for half an hour, and there are no side effects after the madness. And in this state, Li Tao can also control the intensity of the madness and continuously increase the density of the demonic qi. However, this increase will shorten the duration of the madness. But in the current situation, Li Tao has no other way. The cold ice solidified the air, and the ground of the stage was frozen and cracked. And Li Tao's flames were also constantly increasing in temperature, fiercely burning the sky and melting the air. These two extreme auras constantly collided, and the sky was filled with loud noises, like muffled thunder. The black robe on Li Tao's body flapped, and the ground under his feet sank more than half a meter deep. And Baiyu in the air had a fierce expression, as if she was also suffering from a strong impact. In the blink of an eye, Baiyu had already arrived above Li Tao's head, and the icicles in her hands were like popsicles under the scorching sun, quickly melting. But under Baiyu's demonic qi, they continuously condensed again. The icicle flashed with cold light, as if it could split the mountains and rivers. As the sword came, it stabbed towards the space between Li Tao's eyebrows. Li Tao also no longer retreated and punched towards the void. The friction between his fist and the icicle produced a strong flame. Colliding with it, rumble! Another loud explosion rang out, and the ground of the arena cracked into several crevices. Li Tao's feet sank again, and half of his legs were sunk into the ground. But his punch was also fierce, and it forcibly shattered the icicle in Baiyu's hand. Finally, it landed on Baiyu's chest, and the cold and elegant white-haired demoness was sent flying. The entire stage was surrounded by fog, as if it was a fairyland. The loud explosions were still echoing, but no one could see the situation in the arena clearly. After more than half a minute, the fog gradually dissipated, and looking at the mess on the stage, as if it was the aftermath of a war, everyone was dumbfounded, and on the stage only Li Tao stood. He was half a head shorter, because both his legs had sunk into the ground, but he still couldn't find Baiyu's figure. It wasn't until dozens of seconds later that an exclamation sounded from the crowd. White Moon Demoness has been defeated. More and more people found Baiyu. She was hanging upside down on a big tree 100 meters away. Her head was facing the ground, and her white hair was fluttering in the wind. Baiyu had already fainted. She forcibly entered the state of madness, but she was beaten back to her original state by Li Tao. At this moment, her clothes were tattered, revealing her snow-white thighs and belly button, which made many people secretly drool. This battle was really wonderful. Although Baiyu was defeated, her strength still shocked everyone. Compared to the Soul Snatch sect leader, Baiyu's strength was much stronger, and and she almost defeated Li Tao. The crowd gradually fell into silence again. Now, two representatives of different sects were defeated by Li Tao, and Li Tao didn't seem to be injured. The remaining Sword Demon Great Sage and Red Head Old Monster had a trace of fear in their eyes. They thought that their strength was comparable to Bai Yu, and they might not even be able to defeat her. So, how can they fight against Li Tao? You two are still not going to fight? After the atmosphere was deadlocked for a moment, Demon King Demon Lord's cold voice came. Originally, in this demon race convention, Demon Lord was very confident, but he didn't expect that Li Tao would appear out of nowhere. And the other madman, Qin Fun, hasn't made a move yet. Even Demon Lord's heart was a little nervous. He has the confidence to defeat Li Tao, but it will inevitably be a battle of life and death. In the end, both sides will suffer. At that time, Demon Sword Demon Great Sage or Red Head Old Monster will fight. Demon Lord is not sure if he can last until the end at this moment. Everyone was thinking carefully. No one wants to be the first to fight. They will only become cannon fodder for the later generations. Demon King Demon Lord, that kid is too powerful. The two of us are not his opponent. I asked the Demon King to teach him a lesson. Demon King Demon Lord looked at Demon Lord with a flattering smile. Demon Sword Demon Great Sage didn't speak, but he also acquiesced to Demon Lord's words. Demon Lord's face turned pale, but he coldly said, "If I make a move, it means that you have taken the initiative to withdraw from the competition." Everyone is very clear about each other's thoughts. When Demon Lord's words came out, Red Head Old Monster couldn't laugh anymore. Sword Demon also has a hard face. This decision is really difficult. Forget it, I'll withdraw. After the atmosphere was deadlocked for a moment, Demon Sword Demon Great Sage suddenly took a step back. After thinking about it, he felt that withdrawing was the right choice. Demon Lord's lungs almost exploded in anger. This Demon Lord was really insidious, but he has no other way. Even if he fights now, he will be defeated by Li Tao or Demon Lord. I also withdraw. Chapter 1241. Male 2 representatives of the big demon sects announced their withdrawal from the competition. When the crowd of Fiend Race disciples heard this news, the scene instantly became a mess. Demon King Zhong Lu stood on the edge of the arena with a cold face. He was so angry that he wanted to slap Sword Demon, Great Venerable, and Red Head Old Monster to death. The two of them would rather withdraw than help him consume Li Tao's strength at this moment. Only Demon King Zhonglu was qualified to continue the competition. The hundreds of demon disciples in the audience didn't dare to go on the stage. Their eyes fell on Zhonglu. The soul-seizing sect leader and White Moon female demoness were defeated. Sword Demon Great Venerable and Red Head Old Monster announced their withdrawal from the competition. So, Demon King Zhonglu no longer had any worries in his heart. As long as he defeated Li Tao in the arena, he was confident that he could be the Demon King again. As for Qin Fun, who hasn't made a move yet, Demon King Zhonglu didn't put him in his eyes, because the representatives of the 4 big demon sects joined hands to injure Qin Fun. Demon King Zhonglu believed that Qin Fun's strength was far less than Li Tao, the sect master of the Azure Dragon sect. Feng Qingyu is here. I am the Demon King this time. But before Demon King Zhonglu went on the stage, an old and majestic voice came from the void. Everyone quickly looked around, but they couldn't see the person who spoke. On the stage, Li Tao's facial expression slightly changed. Demon Lord, who was preparing to make a move, suddenly stabilized his body. Suddenly, a majestic evil gas appeared in the sky. A blue figure appeared out of thin air, and in a blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the crowd from hundreds of meters away. Who are you? This year's Demon Race Convention was full of ups and downs. Demon King Zhonglu's face became more and more gloomy. The person who came had already landed on the ground and stood straight on the stage like an unsheathed sword. He wore a blue robe and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. There was a bright red, demonic mark between his eyebrows. His lips were dark purple, his face was as pale as paper, and his gray hair was draped over his shoulders. He was an old man. Facing Zhong Lu's question, the old man's expression was indifferent, as if he didn't want to answer Zhong Lu. After glancing around, he said arrogantly, "I'm Feng Qingyu, the leader of the Azure Dragon cult. I'm going to be the Demon King this time. Anyone who dares to stop me will be killed." How domineering was Feng Qingyu? That arrogant attitude of hers was even stronger than Li Tao. Zhong Lu was fuming with anger. This Feng Qingyu was an unfamiliar face, but from the surging fiend qi around him, it was not difficult to tell that he was another venerable of the fiend race. The sudden appearance of so many unfamiliar devil race experts really made the disciples of the various devil race sects very depressed. Many disciples of the demon race glared at Feng Qingyu on the stage. None of them could stand his arrogance. Qin Fun and Hua Yan, on the other hand, were shocked. They never thought that the green dragon of China, Feng Qingyu, would be here. When Qin Fun and Hua Yan went to explore the Ghost Mountain ancient martial ruins, they encountered Feng Qingyu, who wanted to rob a group of martial artists. Feng Qingyu was looking for the little chrysanthemum codex, one of the demon race's holy codex. Qin Fun had given Feng Qingyu the modified cultivation technique. Qin Fun wondered if this guy had cultivated it or not. It was also because of that incident that the dragon sect of China removed Feng Qingyu from the list. After that, Qin Fun defeated the purple dragon Su Shaotian and ascended to the position of the Azure Dragon, becoming the new Azure Dragon of China. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Who would have thought that they would meet Feng Qingyu here again? "It's you, old fart. I was just about to look for trouble with you. You dared to rob my man's treasure. Today, I will settle the old score with you." Li Tao had also gone to explore the ancient martial ruins. At that time, he had just started cultivating the little chrysanthemum codex and was not Feng Qingyu's match. Feng Qingyu was one of the veteran 9 dragons of China. His strength had long stepped into the peak of stage 9 inner qi. For the past half a year, he had disappeared without a trace. Now that he suddenly appeared, no one could guess his current strength. Feng Qingyu's old and dignified face had a pair of eyebrows that were joined into a line. His eyes that were half covered by his eyelids were cold and sharp. No one could tell his age. He felt old, but he seemed to be full of energy. His old age was only due to the metabolism of his body, but his aura was as vast as the ocean, full of vitality. Looking at Li Tao, a grown man, calling him his man, Feng Qingyu put on a disgusted face. "Where did you come from, you pervert? I don't even know you." Feng Qingyu had long forgotten about Li Tao. Without another word, he suddenly thrust his palm at Li Tao and said, "How can a trash like you stand in the arena? Get out of here." Rumble. The palm landed on the arena, creating a deep pit where Li Tao had just landed. Li Tao narrowly dodged the palm and stood a dozen meters away, staring at Feng Qingyu with vigilance. Although it was just a simple palm strike, it caused a sensation outside the arena. Even Zhong Lu and Qin Fun were re-evaluating Feng Qingyu. His raging demonic energy surged endlessly, and the destructive power he produced was shockingly powerful. Even the White Moon Demoness who attacked earlier seemed to be inferior to him. "Brat, don't dodge if you have the guts. See if I don't smash your cheekbones with my palm." Feng Qingyu's attack missed, so he thrust out another palm strike with a cold face. He wore a long green robe, and when he moved, it was as if he had turned into a beam of green light. His speed was so fast that the demon disciples couldn't fathom him. In less than half a breath's time, a series of loud noises rang out from the arena, as if the muffled thunder in the sky had struck the arena, causing the surrounding ground to crack. The huge arena could no longer accommodate the two's battle. 2 beams of light had flown to the plain 100 meters away, one green and one black, and were engaged in a fierce battle. Rumble! Another muffled boom rang out, and this time It was even more deafening than the previous one. The crowd exclaimed in shock as they finally saw Li Tao and Feng Qingyu's positions. Feng Qingyu's green robe was torn and tattered, and he stood upright like a pine tree above a valley. Li Tao, on the other hand, plummeted from the sky and smashed open a bottomless pit on the ground. Feng Qingyu didn't rush to attack again. It seemed he had also suffered some injuries. The red demonic mark between his brows had undergone some changes. Its color grew darker and darker, as if it was about to turn dark red. After a brief pause, Feng Qingyu leaped into the air, waved his hand, and condensed a sharp saber that slashed toward Li Tao in the deep pit. Voila! The moment they saw the saber formed from red demonic energy, the entire fiend race boiled with excitement. Demonic energy weapon? That's demonic energy weapon. Could this man be a peerless expert of the Demon King realm? Where did he come from? This year's Fiend Convention is so exciting. Although we don't even have the qualification to go on the stage, it's so cool to watch. Condensing demonic energy into a weapon was an ability that could only be used by Demon King realm experts above the Demon General realm. But unexpectedly, Feng Qingyu was able to unleash such a profound ability with just a wave of his hand. Demon Lord's brows knitted tightly, but he soon discovered that Feng Qingyu wasn't a Demon King realm expert. His demonic energy was tumbling violently like a boundless ocean, but he was at most a fourth-layer Demon General realm expert, far away from the Demon King realm. It was just that Feng Qingyu had indeed unleashed a demonic saber, which puzzled even Demon King Demon Lord. Rumor had it that if one cultivated any of the books in the Fiend Race's holy book, one could use some of the abilities of a Demon General realm expert. But Demon Lord was very clear about the two books. The little chrysanthemum book would produce a purple demonic mark, just like the mark on Li Tao's forehead, while the more powerful demon Venerable book would produce a blue demonic mark. These were the information recorded in the ancient records of the Fiend Race. Even Demon Lord had never seen a Demon Venerable who cultivated the Demon Venerable book, so he didn't know whether it was true or not. But he was sure that Feng Qingyu's black and red demonic mark was obviously not the result of cultivating either of the two books. Then, what kind of cultivation technique was he cultivating? Just when everyone was still in shock, the demonic saber that condensed in the void had already slashed down, hovering above the huge pit, and was about to cut Li Tao in half. Many people exclaimed inwardly. The strength that Li Tao brought to everyone had already shocked them, but they didn't expect that a demon venerable would appear out of nowhere and defeat a powerhouse like Li Tao with a single slash. Rumble! A loud explosion rang out, but it wasn't the sound of Feng Qingyu's demonic saber slashing down. Instead, a purple sword light flashed in the deep pit, and a tens of meters long sword flew up into the sky. When the people of the Fiend Race looked carefully, they found that this purple demonic sword was also illusory. It was formed by Li Tao's demonic qi rumble. The saber and sword collided in midair, producing a loud noise that pierced through the sky. Everyone even forgot to watch the battle. They stood there in a daze, as if they had lost their souls. Two demon venerables, who could form demonic qi into weapons, appeared at the same time. Are these two people Demon King realm? Even Demon King Demon King Demon King Demon King couldn't form demonic qi into weapons. A few mountains in the valley in the distance collapsed, and a cloud of dust rose, as if there was a sandstorm. After Li Tao and Feng Qingyu's saber and sword collided, both of them disappeared. There was no longer any sound of fighting in the air, and the surroundings gradually quieted down. Thousands of disciples were so scared that they didn't dare to make a sound. They looked nervously at the valley in the distance. Bang! After an unknown period of time, the ground burst open, and a green figure shot out from it. Feng Qingyu's robe couldn't cover his body, and his gray hair hung loosely over his shoulders. There were a lot of bloodstains on his body, but no one knew whether it was his or Li Tao's blood. In between his brows, the dark red, demonic mark changed again, turning pitch black as if it had devoured all the light in the surroundings. Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Standing on the plain, Feng Qingyu suddenly burst into wild laughter. Some people even thought his head was broken. But after laughing for a while, Feng Qingyu roared in a direction in the distance. You little brat actually cultivated the little chrysanthemum treasure codex, and it's the authentic one. I'm going to kill you and make you die a horrible death. Like a mad beast, Feng Qingyu sprinted across the ground barefooted. His words shocked everyone. Li Tao cultivated the little chrysanthemum treasure codex? That was one of the two great scriptures of the fiend race, along with the demon Venerable Treasure Codex. Chapter 1242. The entire fiend race was shocked. Li Tao actually cultivated the fiend race's holy technique? Feng Qingyu had already flown to a deep pit several hundred meters away. Suddenly, he leaped into the air and once again thrust out a crimson, demonic saber that was condensed from demonic energy. The saber was 100 meters long, mighty and domineering, as if it was going to split the earth, and fell down towards Li Tao. Rumble! The saber cut through the air and left a deep mark on the ground. The huge pit exploded, and the surrounding ground caved in. If Li Tao was hit by this saber, he would die for sure. However, a white shadow flickered in the sky. Feng Qingyu's expression was ferocious as he roared into the sky. Who is it? Who dares to meddle in my business? I want you to die a horrible death. The group of fiend disciples, several hundred meters away, still had no idea what was going on. They didn't even know if Li Tao was dead or alive. The white silhouette in the air stopped, stepping on two balls of fire. In one hand was a golden blade that was as bright as the wings of a phoenix, and in the other hand was Li Tao, who was on the verge of death. He was suspended in the air. It's the sect master of Demon Moon Cult, young Master Feng. The group of fiend cultivators exclaimed. They had recognized Qin Fun, who was hovering in the sky like a demon king. Before Li Tao appeared, Qin Fun was the most eye-catching existence here. His face was unfamiliar, like a god of slaughter that suddenly emerged from the ground. He fought with the representatives of the four major fiend sects, and didn't even put Demon King Chong Lu in his eyes. Now, Qin Fun made his move again. The attention they paid to Qin Fun and Li Tao was even more than Chong Lu. Who are you, kid? Feng Qingyu stood on the valley, his eyes spewing fire, and the violent demonic energy around him seemed to cover the sky. Qin Fun stuffed a pill into Li Tao's mouth, then looked at Feng Qingyu and said, It's all thanks to me that you have the strength you have now. Why, don't you recognize me? Qin Fun appeared in the ancient martial ruins as Green Wolf. Feng Qingyu didn't know him, but he was shocked by Qin Fun's words. In the past 6 months, Feng Qingyu's strength had improved by leaps and bounds, but he had also paid a terrible price. Ever since she cultivated the little chrysanthemum treasure book in reverse, Feng Qingyu's body would often twitch, and the blood in her body would often flow in reverse. She would even cough and vomit blood every once in a while, as if thousands of worms were crawling over her body. Just thinking about that kind of torture was enough to make one shudder. But only Feng Qingyu knew this kind of torture. His old eyes flickered with doubt. He really couldn't figure out how this young man knew about it. Who are you? If you don't speak, I'll kill you with a palm strike. Of course I'm the one who gave you the little chrysanthemum grimoire. How's that grimoire? Looking at how you broke through from a 9th-layer devil cultivator to a 4th-layer devil general in half a year, this is simply like riding on a rocket. Qin Feng looked at Feng Qingyu with a smile, and his words completely dumbfounded Feng Qingyu. Ever since he started cultivating the little chrysanthemum Bible, he realized that there was something wrong with it. But at that time, Feng Qingyu was already in the middle of cultivating it, and it was impossible for her to stop halfway. Thus, he braced himself and continued cultivating the little chrysanthemum Bible in reverse. He was almost on par with Ouyang Feng, who cultivated the 9 manual in reverse. Roar! It's you? You're the strange man with the head of a wolf in the ancient martial ruins? Feng Qingyu was enraged, and he instantly turned into a mad beast. He threw his head back and roared a few times, causing the entire valley to shake violently. A green light flashed, and Feng Qingyu had already disappeared from the valley. In just a few breaths' time, he was hovering above Qin Feng's head. His skinny palm slashed down, and the surging devil qi condensed into a devil saber. Qin Feng didn't dare to be careless. He quickly raised his golden phoenix and slashed out. 100 meters, long golden saber qi dazzled everyone's eyes, and it instantly collided with the red devil saber. Clouds and mist billowed in the sky, as if the sky had been blasted open by their attacks. Swoosh! After the saber slashed down, Qin Feng stepped on the golden wheel of whirlwind and landed beside the crowd. He threw Li Tao to Su Ruoro and Su Ruoro before stepping on the golden wheel of whirlwind again. It only took a few breaths' time for the golden light to flicker in the sky, dazzling everyone's eyes. Feng Qingyu, you've cultivated the devil art in reverse, and it's only a matter of time before you explode. I advise you to cripple your cultivation and live a peaceful life as an ordinary person. Qin Feng's voice echoed in the valley. Feng Qingyu was, after all, the former Green Dragon of China. Although he had betrayed China, he had made great contributions to China during his tenure. Qin Feng didn't want to fight him to the death. How could Feng Qingyu be willing to do that? Although he had suffered a lot from cultivating the little chrysanthemum codex in reverse, the sudden increase in his strength had made him forget all the pain. Rather than crippling his cultivation, he might as well kill him. Ant-like trash! How dare you speak arrogantly in front of me? Watch my saber! Feng Qingyu roared and slashed out with his palm again. 100 meters, long devil saber, instantly condensed. That technique of turning devil qi into a weapon made all the demon disciples envious. Even demon King Chong, Lu's eyes flickered. The long saber slashed down but missed. A golden light flickered, and the speed of the whirlwind firewheel was so fast that brought Qin Feng to Feng Qingyu's back in an instant. Qin Feng raised his hand and the saber slashed down. A gust of wind tore through the void, and the saber qi hit Feng Qingyu's back. Rumble! Qin Feng didn't hold back at all in this slash. He unleashed the aura of a stage for true qi expert. Even Feng Qingyu couldn't withstand it and fell to the ground. Golden light flickered, and Qin Feng moved like a shadow. He casually pushed out his palms, and several balls of destructive fire fell into the giant pit. Explosions rang out continuously, and the giant pit became bigger and bigger. In the end, it looked like a meteorite falling to the ground. Feng Qingyu didn't have time to run away, and no one knew whether he was dead or alive in the explosion. This scene shocked everyone. That guy is dead. That's a revered one who defeated Li Tao, but he couldn't even withstand 3 moves from young Master Feng. Isn't this young Master Feng a little too fierce? Now, only Demon King Chong Lu is left. I'm worried that even Demon King Chong Lu won't be able to defeat this guy. Everyone discussed in a low voice, afraid that their voices would fall into Qin Feng's ears and attract a fatal disaster. Chong Lu stood quietly at the edge of the arena. His eyes flickered with uncertainty, and his expression turned incomparably grave. Today's Demon Race Conference was really exciting. 3 batches of dark horses appeared in a row, and each of them was comparable to a stage for Demon General, Revered One. Moreover, Li Tao and Feng Qingyu both cultivated the little chrysanthemum treasure codex. That was one of the demon race's sacred codex, the little chrysanthemum treasure codex. All the demon race disciples yearned for it, and no one knew where Li Tao and the others got their hands on it. These 2 sacred codices of the demon race had been lost for hundreds of years. Bastard, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Just when everyone thought that Feng Qingyu was dead, a furious roar came from the ground. A black figure jumped out from the giant pit, like a demon that crawled out from hell. Feng Qingyu's clothes were all torn, and his skin was charred black. The flesh on his face was wrinkled, and it was impossible to see his original appearance. If it wasn't for Feng Qingyu's voice, no one would believe that the man who was burned into a mummy was the revered one who defeated Li Tao not long ago for the fastest and error-free reading. Please bookmark this site for the latest news. Chapter 1243. At this moment, Feng Qingyu was like a devil that had crawled out from the ground. Whether it was his aura or his scorched appearance, he looked like a devil. The discussions in the surroundings came to an abrupt halt. Hundreds of pairs of eyes were fixed on Feng Qingyu. Not only did he not die from the violent explosions and flames, but the demonic energy around him had also become stronger. Feng Qingyu's aura seemed to have changed as well. The red demonic energy had turned black, like the corpse energy of an evil cultivator. The demonic mark between his brows had turned from red to dark red, and finally to black. Now it was as black as ink and looked like it was about to fall off his forehead. You've cultivated the little chrysanthemum codex in reverse, and now you've fallen into chi deviation. You're between a devil cultivator and an evil cultivator. If you continue cultivating, sooner or later, you'll turn into an evil cultivator and become everyone's enemy. Qin Fen looked at Feng Qingyu with a solemn expression. This man now had the aura of an evil cultivator from the green sect. Feng Qingyu's eyes dimmed and lost the sharp light from before. Ha! Bullshit, devil cultivator, evil cultivator and martial cultivator. This is the era where the strong rule. As long as your fist is hard enough, you're a righteous cultivator. You've changed the little chrysanthemum codex by mistake and caused me to end up like this. Today, I want you dead. Feng Qingyu's voice was filled with anger. The last glimmer of light in his eyes disappeared, and he stood there expressionlessly like a soulless puppet. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet, but everyone's heart was in their throats. This was the calm before the storm. Rumble. Sure enough, in just a few breaths of time, Feng Qingyu's body began to explode. Black demonic energy surged out like a raging sea. Everyone could see that Feng Qingyu had entered a state of madness. How could an expert who cultivated the little chrysanthemum codex in reverse enter a state of madness by force? No one could imagine how powerful he had become. Swish! Feng Qingyu's body was still exploding, but he raised his hand and raised his palm. A long black saber came slashing down from dozens of meters away, hovering above Qin Fen's head in the blink of an eye. Previously, Feng Qingyu still needed some time to prepare her demonic qi weapon, but now it was a piece of cake. Qin Fen had already sensed the berserk aura hidden within the demonic saber. He quickly stepped on the golden whirlwind wheel and disappeared. The black demonic saber was more than 100 meters long and more than a dozen meters wide. It looked like a dark cloud that had descended from the sky. But in this dark cloud, a golden light flickered and swam on the demonic saber, as agile as a fish in the water. Rumble! The saber missed and split open a crack in the ground. Feng Qingyu had lost her mind, so she didn't care about anything else. She raised her hands and struck out with 2 more palms. This time, she slashed out 2 black demonic blades. Thunder boomed in the sky, and the scene of dark clouds gathering and surging winds and clouds resembled the scene of doomsday. The demon disciples felt as if a huge rock was hanging over their hearts, and they were unable to breathe. Su Ruo and Hua Yin hugged each other, and they were extremely worried. Master, Golden Fur Lion King requests to battle. Perhaps it was because Feng Qingyu was too powerful. Golden Fur Lion King's urgent voice rang in Qin Fen's mind. However, Qin Fen didn't let him out. Now that he had broken through to stage 2 True Qi stage and possessed the Golden Phoenix and Golden Whirlwind Wheel, his strength was comparable to Golden Fur Lion King's. Furthermore, as the Azure Dragon of China, Qin Fen had never fought with Feng Qingyu before, so he would treat this as a one-on-one battle between him and Feng Qingyu. Master, Feng Qingyu has entered a state of madness. He has cultivated the little chrysanthemum codex in reverse, and his state of madness is different from ordinary demonic cultivators. His strength has increased by several folds. Master, be careful. Ouyang Feng also started to warn Qin Fun. As someone who had cultivated the Nining Sutra in reverse, he knew how violent these demonic cultivators were. Naturally, Qin Fun wouldn't underestimate Feng Qingyu. Stepping on the golden whirlwind wheel, he dodged, and whenever he found an opening, he would send out a few balls of destructive fire to attack. Soon, Qin Fun discovered that Feng Qingyu's body was extremely powerful after entering the Berserk Fiend realm. When the wind blades and saber chi landed on his body, they produced the sound of metal clashing, as if they were hitting steel. Not even the destructive fire could melt him, but it only made his charred skin wrinkle even more horrifying. From the very beginning, the battle was as fierce as fire, and the explosions never stopped. The demonic energy in Feng Qingyu's body seemed inexhaustible. With a casual wave of his hand, he would send out a demonic saber. At this moment, he had already sent out 10 demonic sabers at the same time, as if covering the entire heaven and earth. The black saber chi that filled the sky surged like a tidal wave. Many demonic disciples were forced to squat on the ground, and some of the weaker ones even vomited blood. Su Ruoro and Hua Yan looked anxious. Li Tao clutched his chest, wishing he could rush over and help Feng Qingyu, but he was too heavily injured and was stopped by the 2 girls. Zhong Lu's eyes were like torches as he fixed his gaze on the 2 people fighting in midair. He was shocked by their strength, and he even wondered if he could defeat one of them. The row of saber chi had already descended with an earth-shattering momentum, shrouding a radius of several hundred meters around Qin Fun. Even with the golden whirlwind wheel, Qin Fun didn't have the time to dodge. The golden phoenix hastily raised its saber and slashed several times in the air. The golden saber chi and the black demonic saber collided in midair, and it was as if half of the sky had been torn apart. It was a magnificent scene that could hardly be seen in 100 years. When Qin Fun's golden phoenix slashed for the 3rd time, he was struck in the chest by a black demonic saber. The violent demonic energy was like a meteor that fell from the sky, and Qin Fun's internal organs were almost spat out. He turned into a black shadow and plummeted to the ground. Rumble! The sound of his landing was like the explosion of a cannonball, stirring up a cloud of dust. When the dust dissipated, a huge sinkhole was formed. There was no living creature in the sinkhole except for Qin Fun's tiny body lying motionlessly in the center. Feng Qingyu, how dare you hit my man? I'll kill you. Seeing this, tears streamed down Hua Yan's face as she waved her blood-colored whip. Su Ruo's mind buzzed. She felt as if her soul had been taken away. She didn't go after Feng Qingyu. Instead, she leaped to Qin Feng's side. Crackle! Hua Yan's blood shadow whip had already landed, leaving a blood-red trail of whip chi that could swallow a river. The group of demonic cultivators was shocked. Although Hua Yan's strength was much weaker than Qin Fun and the others, they didn't expect her to be a 9th-layer demonic cultivator. The surging demonic energy around her made it seem as if she could step into the realm of Demon General at any time. Facing such a ferocious whip, Feng Qingyu stood still on the spot. When the blood-red whip was hovering above his head, he casually waved his hand as if he was swatting away a mosquito. However, a wave of demonic energy swept across the void and instantly dispersed the whip. Humph. I don't even want to deal with an ant like you. But since you're courting death, don't blame me. After blocking Hua Yan's fierce attack, Feng Qingyu thrust his palm forward. The demonic energy condensed into a sharp sword and shot toward Hua Yan like a meteor. Hua Yan didn't even have time to react. She felt the aura of death surrounding her, but a black shadow appeared and pushed Hua Yan away. His abdomen was pierced by the demonic energy sword. Bang! A loud sound exploded on Li Tao's body. A large hole was blasted on his abdomen. His flesh was badly mangled, and some white bones and organs could be seen. Many people were shocked and exclaimed. Hua Yan was dumbfounded after she fell to the ground. She felt an indescribable pain in her heart when she saw Li Tao lying on the ground with his last breath. This man, who was neither a man nor a woman, who killed decisively in front of his enemies, but always begged Hua Yan to treat him as a good sister, came to her rescue without any regard for his own life? Hua Yan had always felt disgusted by Li Tao, but at this moment she treated this strange man as a good sister. Li Tao, are you all right? Hua Yan quickly came to Li Tao's side after she regained her senses. Li Tao forced a smile on his face, but a few mouthfuls of blood gushed out of his mouth. Sister Hua Yan, I am fine. This guy is too powerful. You and Sister Ruaro quickly take young Master Qin away. Even though Li Tao was about to die, he still did not forget about the safety of Qin Feng and the others. Hua Yan's beautiful eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. Li Tao quickly used his last breath to push her. Sister Hua Yan, don't go crazy. You can't defeat him. Hurry up and leave. I'm not leaving. I'm going to avenge you and Qin Feng. Hua Yan was also stubborn. Only Qin Feng could change her mind. However, Qin Feng was still lying in the crater, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Hua Yan gripped the blood shadow whip tightly and rushed forward. Shameless aunt, I can kill you with one finger. Looking at the fearless Hua Yan charging at him, Feng Qingyu's face was filled with disdain. It was not until Hua Yan's whip was about to land on his head that he slowly struck out with his palm. The palm seemed slow, but a demonic saber was formed in an instant. The black saber was not as long and domineering as before, but it was an exquisite saber that was more than 3 meters long. The shadow of Hua Yan's whip had long disappeared, and a dangerous demonic aura enveloped her. It was an unprecedented aura of death. Hua Yan even stopped her counterattack. She felt a sense of despair, as if she could only wait to be killed. Rumble! A loud explosion was heard from the demonic saber. Hua Yan opened her eyes abruptly. The aura of death was quickly dissipating, and a figure was hovering in front of her. His white robe was fluttering, and he was standing on 2 balls of fire. His long hair was disheveled, and he looked like an immovable mountain. Qin Feng, woo, are you all right? Looking at the back of the man, Hua Yan couldn't help but burst into tears. The reason why she fought with her life on the line was that she thought Qin Feng had been killed by Feng Qingyu. Since Qin Feng was no longer here, Hua Yan had to leave with him. Yan, stand down. I'll avenge Li Tao. Qin Feng's voice was deep, but it had a strong penetrating power. It drifted thousands of miles away and fell into everyone's ears. Everyone looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. He had only raised his hand casually, but he had blocked Feng Qingyu's domineering saber. Qin Feng's aura had changed drastically. Previously it was billowing true qi, but now it was surrounded by blue demonic aura. If someone saw his face, they would definitely be blinded. Chapter 1244. Feng Qingyu was stunned as he stared at Qin Fen's glabella with a pair of gloomy old eyes. After defeating Qin Fen, Feng Qingyu withdrew from his frenzied state and regained his consciousness. This was the first time he saw a demonic cultivator who could condense a blue demonic seal. Chonglu happened to be standing far away from Qin Fen. When he saw Qin Fen's current appearance, he was struck by lightning. If Chonglu was amazed when he found the little chrysanthemum book, then he was shocked when he learned that Qin Fen might have cultivated the demonic Lord Book. That was the demonic Lord Book, 100 times better than the little chrysanthemum book with its side effects. It was also known as the number 1 book of the demon race. Since the development of the demon race, it had been 100 years since they saw an expert cultivating the demonic Lord Book. Even Chonglu suspected that the book had been completely lost. But in this year's Demon Race Convention, This cultivation method appeared regardless of whether one cultivated the little chrysanthemum book or the demonic lord book. He would become a demon king. Qin Fen had forcibly activated the demon lord Bible in the sinkhole, entering a state of madness. He was now hovering in the void like a demon king descending to the mortal world. His demonic aura was surging like a boundless ocean, and even Feng Qingyu felt pressured, standing in front of him. "You, who are you? What cultivation method are you cultivating?" Feng Qingyu had been invincible since he appeared. Even Li Tao was defeated by him. But now he was looking at Qin Fen with a panicked expression as if he was facing a formidable enemy. Qin Fen stood quietly in the void, his eyes filled with indifference, like the vast earth. "You don't need to know that because you're going to die." Even Qin Fen's voice had changed. It was filled with an ancient aura, giving people the feeling that he had returned to the most primitive times, when he was running naked in the forest and hunting beasts. Feng Qingyu's expression changed again and again. When he wanted to say something, Qin Fen raised his palm as if he was reaching out to pluck a flower. Rumble! A blue demonic chi hand seal was formed and fell from the sky, covering half of the sky above Feng Qingyu's head. Before the palm strike landed, Feng Qingyu already felt an unprecedented pressure. The ground beneath his feet began to crack and crumble, sending rubble flying in all directions at the speed of a bullet. Many devil disciples were struck by the palm strike, leaving bloody holes on their bodies. Some were struck right in the middle of their brows and died on the spot. Rumble. The speed of the blue palm was not fast, but Feng Qingyu was rooted to the spot as if he was cast with an immobilizing spell. He watched helplessly as the palm approached the top of his head bit by bit, causing him to break out in cold sweat. As the handprint approached, Feng Qingyu's gray hair fluttered in the wind. Subtle explosions rang out from his body, but the commotion was getting louder and louder. Tiny cracks began to appear on his skin, spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye, and finally covered his entire body like the patterns on a tortoise shell. Bang! Finally, the hand seal landed completely, pressing down on Feng Qingyu's head like a thunderclap. Explosions rang out in all directions. Under the destructive force of the violent demonic qi, Feng Qingyu was like a small sail in the middle of the ocean. His body exploded instantly, turning into flesh and blood that splattered all over the land within 100 meters. Rumble! But the loud noises didn't stop. The handprint was still sinking, causing the ground to cave in deeply. If someone was suspended in midair like Qin Feng, they would see a huge crater left behind by the handprint within a radius of 100 meters. It was as powerful and invincible as Buddha's palm. The atmosphere had long since fallen silent. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard. With just one palm strike, Qin Fen had turned Feng Qingyu, who was cultivating the little chrysanthemum codex in reverse, into minced meat. Although the palm strike landed on Feng Qingyu's body, it also struck a chord in everyone's heart. Qin Fen's strength had stunned everyone present. None of the devil disciples dared to raise their heads. Wherever Qin Fen's gaze swept across, the crowd would immediately bow and lower their heads, as if they were worshipping a devil king that had descended to the mortal world. After looking around for a while, Qin Fen's gaze finally fell on Chonglu. Even the previous demon king was filled with fear at this moment. Before this, he had looked down on Qin Fen, but now he knew how powerful Qin Fen was. "Aren't you going to make a move?" After killing Feng Qingyu with one palm strike, Qin Fen looked at Chonglu indifferently as if nothing had happened. Ever since Qin Fen activated the Demon Lord Codex and entered the state of madness, he felt that his body was filled with endless qi. Moreover, the Demon Lord Codex was so powerful that it allowed Qin Fen to maintain his consciousness even though he was in the state of madness. Chong Lu exclaimed in his heart. The Demon Lord Codex was worthy of being the #1 Demon Lord Codex. He was so envious of Qin Fen that he even had the thought of forcing Qin Fen to reveal his cultivation method. But when he looked at Qin Fun, who was as powerful as a devil king, he immediately dispelled this terrible idea. "I withdraw from the competition." After a long silence, Chong Lu let out a sigh. Immediately, all the devil disciples were shocked. The demon king Chong Lu they were looking forward to the most had withdrawn from the competition. Did he not even have the courage to fight Qin Fun? When Chong Lu made this decision, he felt helpless. Others didn't know how powerful Qin Fun was. They didn't know that he had cultivated the Demon Lord Codex. But Chong Lu knew that Qin Fun had entered the state of madness, but no one could see it. In front of a venerable who cultivated the Demon Lord Codex, Chong Lu was very self-aware. Even if he made a move, he would suffer a crushing defeat, and he might even be killed. So, why would he ask for trouble? Chong Lu's withdrawal from the competition symbolized the end of the Demon King's selection. Qin Fun was like a dark horse that no one knew about and had jumped to the top of the demon race. Sword Demon, Great Venerable, and Red-Head Old Freak shook their heads and sighed. They didn't expect that Demon King Chong Lu would withdraw from the competition, but they had to accept this fact. As if he didn't hear Chong Lu's words, Qin Fun leaped onto the arena. In fact, Chong Lu's decision was already within Qin Fun's expectation. Standing on the potholed arena, Qin Fun stood straight like a pine tree. He looked indifferent as he swept his eyes over the crowd. "Since no one dares to challenge me, the title of the Demon King will fall on me. If anyone has any objections, please stand up." Qin Fun's voice wasn't loud, as if he was talking to himself. But his voice was very penetrating. It clearly fell into everyone's mind. Su Ruoro and Hua Yan were still in a daze. This sudden counterattack made them excited. Li Tao was lying on the ground with a smile on his face. After he cultivated the little chrysanthemum secret skill, his body became very strange. The bloody hole on his stomach was slowly healing. For a long time, no one dared to express any objections. Chong Lu leaped onto the arena. When he spoke to Qin Fun, he bowed slightly and said, "Congratulations, young Master Feng, for becoming the Demon King. I hand over the demon crown to young Master Feng. In the future, the demon race will have to rely on young Master Feng." The leaders of both the righteous and demon sects had inherited treasures. The Wulian Alliance Master's inheritance was a gold-ranked belt, which was currently on Qin Fun's body. As for the demon race's inheritance, it was a golden-colored crown. The moment Qin Fun received the crown, he could feel a dense spiritual energy gushing towards him. This crown was also a gold-ranked Great Sage spiritual equipment. When Qin Fun put the golden crown on his head, he looked more like a demon king. When the demon race's disciples saw this scene, they knelt on the ground and shouted at Qin Fun, "Long live young Master Feng!" Nearly 1,000 demon race's disciples shouted in unison. Their thunderous voices echoed in the valley. Even Chong Lu knelt on one knee in front of the demon race's disciples. Only Hua Yan and Su Ruoro remained standing. Li Tao was lying on the ground, recovering from his injuries. Facing the worship of the entire demon race, Qin Fun's expression didn't change. It was as if it was a matter of course. Instead, the blue mark between his eyebrows gradually dimmed. It turned out that he had begun to withdraw from his frenzied state. "Now that I'm the Demon King, I declare that there is no need for the Holy Maiden selection. This time, there are 2 Holy Maidens. They are my Demon Moon Cult's disciples, Hua Yan and Su Ruoro." Qin Fun's words had determined the 2 Holy Maidens, but no one dared to complain. In fact, most of the candidates for the Holy Maiden selection were determined by the Demon King or the leaders of the 5 major sections. This was because these Holy Maidens would eventually become the Demon King's woman. Naturally, they had to gain the Demon King's approval in advance. Otherwise, what if an ugly and old woman became the Holy Maiden? Hua Yan and Su Ruoro finally came to their senses. Both of them had thought of competing for the Holy Maiden position, but it was just a thought. They never thought they would succeed. However, when the crowd of demon race disciples suddenly changed their direction and knelt before them. The two women felt as if they were dreaming. The holy maiden of the demon race shall live for 1,000 years. Long live the demon king. Long live the holy maiden. These were some of the slogans passed down in the demon race, and they had been preserved until today. Su Ruoro and Hua Yan had never been worshipped by so many people before. Their hearts beat wildly. Is the stellar lunisect here? At this time, Qin Fin shouted. He was ready to get down to business. The white moon demoness was the great elder of the stellar lunisect. However, she was knocked unconscious by Li Tao and was still hanging upside down on a tree. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. Then, a white-haired elder walked out, trembling. Young Demon King Feng, I am the great guardian of the stellar lunisect, White Brow. May I know what instructions does the Demon King have for me? The stellar lunisect was one of the 5 major sects of the demon sect. Before this, they were mighty and domineering. They didn't put the demon race in their eyes at all. They even had the ability to speak directly to the Demon King, Zhonglu. But now, the great guardian of the stellar lunisect was kneeling before Qin Fin like a little brother. His voice was trembling, which shocked everyone. Did you capture a female disciple recently? Her name is Lu Yu. Qin Fin had completely withdrawn from his berserk demon state, and the demonic qi around him had disappeared. However, he had established his dominance long ago, and no one dared to challenge Qin Fin. Chapter 1245. When Su Ruoro heard that her mother was arrested and put in detention, she ran over in a hurry. Hurry up and release my mother, or I won't forgive you. Su Ruoro was born kind, and it was rare for her to get angry. Stellar lunisect's great protector, White Brow, trembled, and all the demon disciples were shocked. Lu Yu's disciple is the saintess mother? Our sect didn't know about this beforehand, or else we wouldn't have arrested Lu Yu's disciple. Great protector, White Brow, trembled in fear. He wasn't afraid of Su Ruoro's strength, but he was afraid that young Demon King Feng would kill him if he was unhappy. The fiend disciples' expressions changed unfathomably. Many of them finally understood that young Fiend King Feng's participation in the Fiend King election was probably to rescue that woman named Lu Yu, right? In order to save an unremarkable disciple of stellar lunisect. He didn't hesitate to fight against the representatives of the 5 major demon sections. This move was really domineering. Hurry up and take us to your sect. I want to see my mother immediately. Su Ruoro was impatient. She hadn't seen her mother since the Amethyst Dragon Palace. Now that Qin Fin and Su Ruoro had a high status in the demon race, Great Protector White Brow didn't dare to have any objections. He immediately brought the 3 of them to stellar lunisect. After Qin Fin and the 2 of them left, the stunned demon crowd woke up one after another. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. The shock that Qin Fin gave them was too strong. Demon King Zhonglu, you won't really let that kid be the new demon king of the demon race, right? The crowd started to disperse. Great venerable sword demon and red-headed old freak quietly walked to Zhonglu's side. Great Master Soul Lock also walked over. Red-headed old freaks. Words made everyone look over. Great venerable sword demon and great Master Soul Lock had a look of anticipation in their eyes. Zhonglu's face was gloomy and he said coldly, "What do you mean? I'm no longer the Demon King. Don't call me that." Red-headed old freak continued, "Demon King Zhonglu, you are still the Demon King in our hearts. Who the hell is that bullshit young Demon King? We don't even know where he came from. How can such a huge demon race be handed over to his hands?" The disciples of the various sects of the demon race were completely convinced by Qin Fin's strength. They no longer had any other thoughts in their hearts. However, the 5 major sects of the demon race were unconvinced. After all, before Qin Fin appeared, the 5 major sects had been the rulers of the demon race. How Could the high-ranking demon generals of the 5 great sects, who were used to being the big brother, be willing to submit to Qin Fun and be ordered around by someone else? Demon King Zhonglo, please avenge my senior brother, the soul-snatching sect leader. As soon as the red-headed old monster's voice fell, the soul-lock great master echoed. Even the taciturn sword demon, great venerable, also opened his mouth. Under the control of our 5 major sects, the demon race has developed and flourished endlessly. I also don't agree to let the demon race fall into the hands of a strange kid. This is a matter of life and death for the demon race, other than the Star Moon sect. The representatives of the other 4 major sects of the 5 major sects of the demon race were gathered here. As the previous demon king, Zhonglu hated Qin Fun the most. This person stole his throne and slapped his face in front of all the disciples of the demon race. Zhonglu wanted to cut Qin Fun into pieces. However, Zhonglu was also the clearest about Qin Fun's strength. He was a powerhouse who cultivated the demon Venerable Bible. Because of this, Zhonglu had no choice but to swallow his anger. He believed that as long as he resisted, it would be equivalent to courting death. You don't know how powerful he is. Don't talk nonsense here. If it reaches that person's ears, everyone will be finished. Zhonglu coldly reprimanded. The red-headed old monster and the other 2 were stunned. They thought that if the 5 sects joined forces, they would definitely get the recognition of Demon King Zhonglo. Who would have thought that Zhonglo wouldn't make a move? How powerful was Qin Fun? Demon King Zhonglo, what are you afraid of? With our 4 sects gathered here, coupled with the strength of the Stellar Luna sect, are we still unable to defeat him alone? The red-headed old freak was a little anxious. The soul-seizing sect leader was seriously injured in the battle just now. Great Master Soul, Locke, hated Qin Fun to the core. What's more, Li Tao is now a cripple. If we don't attack now, when Li Tao recovers from his injuries, the demon clan will really belong to them. Demon King Zhonglu, do it, sword demon great venerable, also realized the urgency of the situation. Demon Lord looked at the 3 people's eager and impatient eyes. Then he sighed and said, "Oh, you guys still haven't seen how powerful that person is. His subordinate, Li Tao, has cultivated the little chrysanthemum grimoire, and that person has cultivated the demon Lord Grimoire. If I'm not mistaken, Feng Qingyu, who was killed, also cultivated the little chrysanthemum codex in reverse, and it was young Master Feng who taught her this cultivation technique." Demon Lord said all the information he captured, which shocked the 3 old men. What? That guy has cultivated the demon Lord Grimoire? That is the #1 cultivation technique of our demon clan. Didn't it disappear for hundreds of years? Sword Demon, Great Venerable, couldn't help but exclaim. Great Master Soullock's eyebrows wrinkled more and more. I can see that Li Tao has cultivated the little chrysanthemum codex, but I can't understand young Master Feng's cultivation technique. No wonder he has a blue demonic aura and a blue demonic seal. Demon Lord Grimoire? The Demon Lord Grimoire has come to this world. Then there's no need to discuss this matter. Let's immediately gather the experts of each sect and go to Star Moon sect to capture young Master Feng and force him to hand over the demon, Lord Grimoire, cultivation technique. Redhead Old Monster was so excited that his bones were trembling. When he said that, everyone suddenly woke up, and a trace of possessiveness flashed in their eyes. That was the #1 cultivation technique of the demon clan. Rumor has it that once you cultivate it, you will enter the realm of Demon King. Who doesn't want to obtain the demon, Lord Grimoire? This time, Demon Lord's eyes flashed with uncertainty, and his face showed a trace of hesitation. When the old man saw this, he quickly said, Demon King, Demon Lord, this matter is too big. Do you want to ask the old demon elders to come out of their secluded mountain? When Redhead Old Monster's words came out, everyone suddenly became quiet. Sword Demon, Great Venerable, and Great Master Soul Locke looked at him in surprise. Even Demon Lord's face changed dramatically. The atmosphere became strange. So Redhead Old Monster quickly closed his mouth and pretended that he didn't say anything. After a moment of silence, Demon Lord opened his mouth to break the silence. This matter is indeed big, but that kid's strength is not high. At most, he is at the peak of the 4th layer of Demon General. I believe that if our 5 sects join hands, we will be able to capture him. Not to mention, that kid has 2 women and a cripple with him. He won't be able to cause any trouble. As for the old demons who are in seclusion, don't disturb them. They are the seniors of the Demon King realm. When they were in seclusion, they said that unless the Demon Clan is in danger, they should not be disturbed. Demon Lord's words were agreed by everyone. Redhead Old Monster was just casually mentioning it. If those old demons were to come out of seclusion, then the whole Hua Xia's martial arts world would be in chaos. Only the 4 of us know about the Demon Lord Grimoire. We can't spread it out. After we capture young Master Feng and force him to tell us the cultivation technique, we will cultivate it together. Demon Lord added. Redhead Old Monster and the other 2 nodded again and again. They don't want to spread this godly cultivation technique. Chong Lu, who was originally afraid of Qin Feng, was persuaded by Redhead Old Monster and the others again and again, finally became greedy. After the 4 of them discussed the plan, they went back and gathered the elite disciples of the sect, preparing to kill their way to the Star Luna sect and capture Qin Feng alive. Qin Feng didn't know about these things. The 4 of them followed Guardian by Mei and arrived at Star Moon sect. Star Moon sect was one of the 5 major sects of the Demon Clan. Their base was built in a grand and magnificent manner. It was like a palace in an ancient castle. There were many disciples in Star Moon sect, and there were many experts. However, these disciples had never seen Qin Feng and the other 3 before. When they saw Guardian by Mei personally bringing the 4 of them back and being so respectful to one of them, their eyes lit up. Guardian by Mei, is the Demon Clan convention over? Who are they? When they walked to the entrance of the tallest building in the base, a guard standing in front of the door asked. This palace was the private forbidden area of Star Moon sect leader. Even Guardian by Mei couldn't casually bring people in. Bastard, this is the new Demon King, young Master Feng. Hurry up and greet him. Guardian by Mei angrily glared at the guard. The guard was shocked and looked at Qin Feng, who was younger than him, in disbelief. This kid is the new Demon King? How is this possible? Greetings, young Demon King Feng. However, in the next second, the dozen or so guards at the door immediately knelt on one knee. They saw the golden crown on Qin Feng's head. Wasn't that the Demon King's inheritance item, the Demon King's crown? Qin Feng ignored the guards and said to Guardian by Mei impatiently, "Don't waste time. Hurry up and bring us to see Lu Yu." Qin Feng was racing against time. He planned to save Lu Yu and immediately bring everyone out of the Demon Clan's sacred land. Although he took down the Demon King, he was still an orthodox martial cultivator and the alliance master of the martial world. If the Demon Clan found out about this, they would definitely die from anger. Guardian by Mei's body trembled. He didn't dare to delay any longer and immediately led everyone into the palace. After making many turns, they finally arrived at the underground confinement room. This confinement room was similar to the prison in the secular world. There were many rooms inside, and many people were locked inside. Young Demon King Feng, Lu Yu's disciple, is locked in this room. Guardian by Mei walked to a metal door and stood still. Su Ruo hurriedly ran over. Hurry up and open the door." Guardian by Mei didn't dare to disobey. He suddenly slapped the door, and a profound handprint landed on the metal door. A red light flashed, and a formation on the door seemed to be removed. Crack! The door opened on its own, and inside was a medium-sized room. There was nothing in the room, and Lu Yu was sitting cross-legged in an old gray robe. "Mom, it's really you. Ruoro is here to save you," Su Ruoro ran into the room with tears streaming down her face. She knelt in front of Lu Yu and hugged her shoulders as she cried bitterly. Chapter 1246. Lu Yu took the initiative to return to Stellar Lunasect to apologize because she didn't want to implicate Su Ruoro and Qin Feng. After finding out that the conflict between Qin Feng and Su Ruoro had been resolved and that the two of them were happily reunited, Lu Yu put down all the burdens in her heart. However, she never expected that Qin Feng would actually bring Su Ruoro to the Star Moon sect. Ruoro? Qin Feng, why are you here? Leave quickly. There are many experts in Stellar Lunasect. You'll be in danger. Lu Yu didn't know and panicked. She looked at Great Protector White-Browed and pleaded, Great Protector White-Browed, I'm willing to stay in this isolation room for the rest of my life to repent for my sins. Please let Ruo Ro, Qin Feng, and the others go. In the past, Lu Yu was the candidate for the Holy Maiden of the Demon Clan, but now she was nothing. However, the situation had changed drastically, and Lu Yu had suddenly become the mother of the current Holy Maiden of the Demon Clan. She was also the mother-in-law of the Demon King, young Master Feng. So even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't dare to neglect her. Mother of the Saintess, don't say that. It was our Stellar Lunasect that was in the wrong. Please forgive us. Bai Mei's attitude had changed by 180 degrees, which confused Lu Yu. She looked at Su Ruoro and then at Qin Feng with a confused expression. Mom, Qin Feng just took the position of Demon King at the Demon Race Convention. I've also become the Demon Race Saintess. Mom doesn't need to go into isolation anymore. In the future, we won't be separated. Su Ruoro sobbed. She couldn't express her feelings of reuniting with her mother. Lu Yu was stunned for a long time before coming to her senses. She looked at Qin Feng and the girl in disbelief. Wasn't Qin Feng the martial arts alliance master? He was an orthodox martial cultivator. How did he become the demon race king? Qin Feng seemed to see Lu Yu's confusion and quickly said, Auntie, this isn't the place to talk. I'll take everyone away now, Lu Yu roughly understood. Qin Feng was most likely pretending to be a demon race disciple to run for the position of Demon King. If the demon race found out, it would be terrible. Okay, let's go. Lu Yu quickly got up. She wanted to leave this place with Qin Feng and the girl. However, Protector White-Browed did not notice anything fishy. From the beginning to the end, he had been very careful. He was afraid that if he made Qin Feng unhappy, he would be killed. Everyone followed the White-Browed Guardian and walked out of the door. With the White-Browed Guardian leading the way, no one dared to stop them. Young Demon King Feng, since you've come to our Stellar Lunasect's territory, please allow me to represent the Stellar Lunasect to entertain you. It's also a celebration for the Demon King and an apology for what happened to Lu Yu's disciple. After walking out of the palace, Protector White-Browed hurriedly tried to please Qin Feng. Hua Yan's face turned cold as she said, We still have something to deal with. You don't have to follow us. Everyone was in a hurry to leave the demon race's sacred land. So how could they stay in the Star Lunasect to eat, drink, and be merry? At that time, if the demon race really recognized Qin Feng's identity, there would definitely be a great battle. Protector White-Browed shuddered. He hurriedly smiled and said, Saintess, please calm down. Since you all still have something to do, I won't hold you back. However, since the Demon King and the two Saintesses have arrived according to the demon race's rules, I'll send the sect leader to welcome you. Why don't you all wait for a moment? I'll inform the Star Moon sect leader to come over. As Protector White-Browed spoke, he ran back into the palace. Qin Feng became curious. What realm was the Star Moon sect leader of the Star Moon sect? If she was stronger than the female demon, Baiyu, then she would be a difficult opponent. Qin Feng, what should we do? Su Ruoro looked at Qin Feng worriedly. What do you think we should do? Leaving is the best option. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he dragged everyone away. Everyone was brought in by Protector White-Browed. They walked all the way to the entrance of the Star Luna sect, but no one dared to stop them. The guards at the entrance knew Qin Feng's identity and even knelt on one knee to greet Qin Feng. This group of demon race idiots. If they knew my dear is the Martial League Alliance master, would they faint from anger? After running hundreds of meters away from the Star Luna sect, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Hua Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud. Su Ruaro's nervous expression also became funny. Thinking about what Qin Feng had done made everyone speechless. Lu Yu and Li Tao also heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone thought that the rescue plan was successful. However, Qin Feng suddenly stopped, and his face was full of seriousness. Qin Feng, what's wrong? Su Ruaro immediately hugged Qin Feng's arm. She had a feeling that something was going to happen. Li Tao's expression had already turned cold. He and Qin Feng looked into the distance. A cloud of dust was flying, and the sound of hurried footsteps and horse hooves could be heard. Oh no, my identity might have been discovered. Qin Feng's words stunned everyone. Everyone had already seen the group of people galloping over from afar. Chong Lu and the others rode fierce horses at the forefront. Behind them was a group of demon race disciples running over. It seemed like there was a distance of 1,000 meters, but in a few breaths, the group of people had already closed in. Hurry up and run. Hua Yan's expression changed greatly as she looked at Qin Feng and said. Qin Feng took a step forward, and his tall figure was like a towering mountain. He blocked in front of everyone and said, You guys go first, I'll stop them. Qin Feng had already leaped away, and 2 balls of flames appeared under his feet. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the distant sky. Su Ruoro and the others anxiously stamped their feet. If Qin Feng didn't go, how could they leave? Ruoro, take Annie and Li Tao and leave first. I'll go help Qin Feng. Hua Yan pulled out the blood shadow whip from her waist and followed. Su Ruoro didn't have time to stop Hua Yan. In a moment of desperation, she pulled out the soft sword from her waist and followed. Mom, look after Li Tao. He's heavily injured. Don't come over. Qin Feng appeared in the void. He was dressed in a cold white robe, and his long hair was loose. He held a dazzling golden blade that was like a phoenix wing in his hand. The demon race disciples who saw him felt fear in their hearts. Chong Lu had already stopped his horse and looked up at Qin Feng in the sky. Beside him were the Soul Lock Grandmaster, the red-headed old freak, and the sword demon great sovereign. The 4 of them represented the 4 major demon sections. Each of them had a group of people behind them. There were more than 100 people in total. They were all top experts of the demon race. The lowest realm among them was an 8th-layer demon cultivator. What do you mean by this? Qin Feng looked down at the experts of the demon race. His expression was as cold as ice. Not long ago, everyone saw Qin Feng's skill. They saw him kill everyone in the demon race convention. The elite disciples who followed him were incomparably puzzled. They didn't know why Chong Lu and the others wanted to kill young Master Feng. Didn't he just seize the throne of the demon race? What do you think we came here for? If you know what's good for you, then give up. Otherwise, you'll hurt the innocent. When Chong Lu faced Qin Feng, he was still a little nervous. But now that things had come to this, how could he shrink back? Qin Feng's expression turned cold, and his body erupted with true qi. He knew what Chong Lu meant. He was referring to Su Ruoro and the others. Qin Feng hated being threatened the most. Those who threatened him in the past were all dead. I am the demon race's king. You brought people to trouble me? Is there something wrong with your brain? Qin Feng thought that Chong Lu had discovered his identity, but now it seemed that was not the case. Chong Lu felt a little guilty. He had joined forces with the 5 great sects to capture the demon race's king. This kind of thing had never happened before. Don't talk so much nonsense. If you don't stay here today, don't think about leaving. Chong Lu roared. If you obediently surrender, I promise to let the others go. Bullshit. I am the demon race's holy maiden. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Hua Yan rushed to Qin Feng's side and angrily rebuked Chong Lu. Chong Lu was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Not long ago, he was the demon race's king. The entire demon race's holy land listened to his orders. But now, even an 8th-layer demon cultivator little girl dared to rebuke him. Su Ruoro arrived and said with a cold face, "If young Master Feng doesn't leave, we won't leave. Don't think of using us to threaten young Master Feng." The two women weren't afraid of death. If they didn't leave with Qin Feng, then they would fight to the death with him. Chong Lu and the red-headed old freak's face turned ugly. They didn't think that the two women would be so unyielding. "Great Master Soul Lock, why do we have to harm young Master Feng?" Someone from the Void Soul Palace questioned. Every disciple in the crowd had the same question in their hearts. They all asked, "Red Head Elder, didn't young Master Feng just become the Demon King? Shouldn't we listen to his orders? Great Venerable Sword Demon, we won't make a move against young Master Feng. Wouldn't that be breaking the rules of the demon race?" At this moment, Qin Feng was still wearing the demon race's king's crown. The symbolic meaning of this crown had been passed down since the emergence of the demon race. These demon race disciples only recognized the crown and not the person. Now, in everyone's eyes, Qin Feng was the demon king. The weight of his words far exceeded the orders of the great elders and sect leaders of the various sections. Chong Lu and the others' faces darkened. They were so angry that smoke came out of their heads. This time, they joined hands to capture Qin Feng to force him to reveal the demon lord's treasured book. The four of them didn't say anything about this, so the disciples naturally didn't know the inside story. Seeing that their plan was going to fail before it even started, the four of them were sweating profusely. Suddenly, they heard a cry of surprise coming from the group of demon race disciples. "I remember now. He is the Martial Arts Alliance leader." This voice wasn't loud, but it was like a muffled thunder that fell on the vast plain. The disciples stared at Qin Feng for a while and finally added in a firm tone, "I'm sure that's right. He is the Martial Arts Alliance leader Qin Feng. He is also the Green Dragon of China. Previously, I disguised myself as an orthodox martial cultivator and sneaked into the righteous sects to meet this person. I already felt that he looked familiar. Now I finally understand." After the disciple's voice faded, the crowd didn't move for a long time. Not to mention the group of demon disciples were shocked. Even Demon Lord and the other three were shocked. They were planning to get Qin Feng's Demon Lord treasured book. But they didn't expect that Qin Feng turned out to be an orthodox cultivator. And he was the Martial Arts Alliance leader? However, the four of them couldn't figure it out. Qin Feng was a righteous martial cultivator. How could he possess the Demon Lord's treasured book? For the fastest and error-free reading, please bookmark this site for the latest news. Chapter 1247. You brat, so you are the leader of the martial arts circle? I think you are courting death. After knowing Qin Feng's true identity, Chong Lu almost fell off his horse. After all, a leader of a righteous sect came to the sacred land of the demon race to participate in the demon race convention. What's even more ridiculous is that he became the leader of the martial arts circle. The red-headed old monster, the great venerable sword demon, and the soul lock master were all depressed. They felt disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. The demon disciples who were in awe of Qin Feng were all stunned at this moment. They were shocked by the shocking fact in front of them. "What should we do? Qin Feng, your identity has really been discovered." Hua Yan and Su Ruoro were so anxious that they wanted to kick the talkative demon disciple to death. Before Qin Feng and the other two could react, a black shadow came from the sky. Chong Lu had already launched an attack. "Qin Feng, I want to see how powerful you, the leader of the martial arts circle, is. I, the king of the demon race, is more powerful. Since the emergence of the Chinese martial arts circle, the demons and the righteous have been irreconcilable. The previous few demon kings and the leader of the martial arts circle have had the opportunity to fight against each other. Those orthodox martial cultivators and the demon race sects also have endless grievances. At this time, the leaders of the righteous and the demon sects have gathered here. It is impossible not to fight. Boom! A loud sound had already exploded. Chong Lu's palm made a deep pit on the ground. If Qin Fun hadn't pulled the two women to dodge in time, Huayan and Su Ruo would have been hit. You guys go back! Qin Fun's expression became dignified. He hadn't really fought with Chong Lu before, but from the palm just now, he could see the depth of the opponent's strength. Obviously, he was a powerhouse that can't be underestimated. Qin Fun! The two women looked at Qin Fun with a worried face. They wanted to stay and fight side by side with him, but they were interrupted by Qin Fun coldly. Go back! Qin Fun was overbearing. In the end, the two women could only obey and quickly flew back to Lu Yu and Li Tao. They also realized that this battle was fierce. If they stayed, they would only drag Qin Fun back. Want to leave? You group of martial cultivators trespassed the sacred land of the demon race. Today, none of you will leave alive. Demon Lord's palm missed, but his figure appeared in front of Qin Feng's body. His big hand grabbed Qin Feng's back and pulled out a slender blue sword. The long sword slashed through the air, emitting a sword hum. Balls of lightning danced on the blade of the sword, and with a wave of his hand, it formed a ball of lightning that shot towards Qin Feng. Whoosh! The sound of the electric current sent chills down everyone's spine. The electric ball grew larger and larger, and finally, like a meteorite falling from the sky, it smashed into Qin Feng's head. This scene caused Su Ruo and the others to scream in fear. Even the sword demon, Great Venerable, and the others were stunned. They have long heard that Demon Lord refined his devil chi and formed his thunder and lightning attribute. But now that they saw the power of thunder and lightning, they couldn't help but feel fear in their heart. Whoosh! The lightning balls were fast, but they were still no match for Qin Feng's golden whirlwind wheels. The golden whirlwind wheels were a pair of great sage gold-grade spiritual equipment, and they moved even faster than a flying sword. The void was densely covered with lightning balls, as if there were landmines hanging in the air. But there were two golden flame-like dots shuttling freely among the lightning balls, as if they were little fishes playing in the water. After waving his sword hundreds of times, Demon Lord suddenly stopped. He looked at Qin Feng, who was flying in the void unscathed. He was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. What are you still doing? Let's attack together, Demon Lord's roar woke up the old man and the others who were still in shock. The other demon disciples also woke up. Everyone looked at the dense lightning balls in the sky, but they didn't dare to rush forward to attack. If they were accidentally hit by the lightning balls, it would be fatal. Boy, how dare you hurt my senior brother? Watch my palm. Master Soul Lock stepped on the back of the horse, and along with the horse's neigh, he turned into a black shadow and flew to the sky. Then, he used both of his palms to attack the void. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Several ice walls appeared, blocking the area where the golden fire wheels appeared. Each ice wall was more than 5 meters high and more than 10 meters long. Soon, they surrounded the sky and blocked Qin Feng's escape route. Gotcha! But a moment later, there was a slight cracking sound in the air. The sound was drowned out by the explosion of thunder and lightning. After a few breaths, under everyone's shocked expressions, the ice wall that covered the sky shattered one after another. A pink light flickered continuously, and the ice wall was pierced through like tofu, exploding into a rain of ice shards that drifted down. Good boy, let your grandfather come and fight with you. Master Soul Lock was only a third-layer demon general. He was the weakest among the 4 demon disciples. His ice attribute, Demon Chi, obviously had no effect on Qin Feng. It was completely destroyed by Qin Fun's starry sky flying sword. However, another roar exploded, and the red-headed old monster leaped up. His fiery red hair danced in the wind, like a burning flame in the wind. The red mark between the old man's eyebrows emitted a dazzling light. His body suddenly ignited with a raging fire. The flames rose to the sky and reached more than 5 meters high. Red-head old devil's body was swallowed by the flames. His figure was no longer visible. However, with a loud bang, the huge fireball soared into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Red-head old devil was unstoppable. He was like a cannonball that was launched into the sky. Even some of the thunderballs in the sky were hid away by the flames, but they didn't cause any harm to him. The speed of the flames was extremely fast. It was almost as fast as the starry sky flying sword. Qin Fan felt a strong sense of crisis. He didn't say anything and swung the golden phoenix, sword in his hand. Bang. A loud noise shook the sky. A 100 meters long golden sword Qi seemed to cut the space in half. The sword Qi collided with the red-head old devil, creating a huge movement. Qin Fan stepped on the golden whirlwind wheel and quickly disappeared. He didn't dare to stay in this explosion. Red-head old devil was hit by the sword Qi. His body was sent flying, but he only flew for dozens of meters before he stabilized his body and landed on the ground. The first wave of attack fell. It was soul-stirring and shook the mountains and rivers, but it was completed in an instant. When Demon Lord saw that the long-range attack had no effect, he raised his sword and chased after Qin Fan. Sword Demon, Great Venerable, also made a move. He stood on the plain with his palms together and his eyes closed. His mouth opened and closed as he quickly chanted an ancient spell. Different rays of sword Qi floated around his body as if it was condensing into a real sword. Go! As Sword Demon, Great Venerable, suddenly opened his eyes, he waved his long sleeves, and dozens of swords around him flew into the sky. His method of condensing swords to kill shocked everyone. This move was the same as the demonic Qi soldiers. It was a powerful movement technique that could only be used by a demon king. Standing on the side, the red-head old devil and the soul lock master were shocked. Even Demon Lord couldn't help but glance at Sword Demon, Great Venerable. The reason why the 5 major sects of the devil religion didn't fall for hundreds of years was because they had a mysterious and powerful inheritance. The secret inheritance of the Void Soul Temple was to control one's mind. The secret inheritance of the ancient demon sword sect was the demonic Qi sword. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of sword Qi flew in the sky, flashing with different lights. It was like a gorgeous firework exploding in the sky. However, these sword Qi contained powerful demonic Qi. A slight graze from these sword Qi could seriously injure and kill an ordinary devil cultivator. Qin Fan was surprised when he was attacked by dozens of sword Qi. Currently, Qin Fan could only control 1 flying sword, but the Sword Demon Great Venerable could control 32 swords of Qi at the same time. However, Qin Fan quickly realized that even though the swords of Qi were powerful, they were nothing compared to the Sword Demon Great Venerable's cultivation realm. While Demon Great Venerable and Sword Demon Great Venerable chased after Qin Fan, the red-head old devil and the soul lock master also recovered their breath and attacked Qin Fan at the same time. The joint attack of the 4 fourth-layer devil generals was not to be underestimated. Even Qin Fan, who was riding on the golden whirlwind wheel, began to lose his strength. His body was hit from time to time. Qin Fan, be careful! No, I have to help Qin Fan. Hua Yan and Su Ruoro, who were standing in the distance, were anxious. If Lu Yu didn't hold them back, they would have rushed to help. Lu Yu was also anxious, but she was older and calmer. Everyone calmed down. This is a battle between 4th-layer devil generals. If we go, we will die in vain. We will also distract Qin Fan. Lu Yu was right. Both Su Ruoro and Hua Yan understood this. But they couldn't just watch as Qin Feng continued to be hit. Li Tao covered the wound on his abdomen and cursed. Feng Qingyu's sword had pierced through his abdomen, and he suffered a serious internal injury. Now, he couldn't use any demonic qi. Otherwise, he would have rushed to help. Rumble. Another explosion occurred in the sky. Demon Lord's sword struck Qin Feng's abdomen and sent him flying to the ground. Su Ruo and the others screamed. Demon Lord and the other three quickly flew to the huge pit on the ground. They knew how powerful Qin Fen was, so they wouldn't give him a chance to breathe. The Alliance Master of Wulin? It's just Essa. After we kill you and learn the secret manual, we will kill all the righteous sects in the world. From then on, demonic cultivators will be the righteous path. The four of them looked at Qin Fen coldly. The red-headed old monster and the Soul Lock Master even had a playful smile on their faces. It was as if Qin Fen was definitely going to die this time. The four of you joined hands and barely managed to injure me. Do you have the nerve to show off here? Do you think I, Qin Fen, have no helpers? A roar came from the bottom of the pit, followed by continuous explosions in the sky. One figure after another descended from the sky like a god of war. You ants dare to bully my master? Watch my blade. The golden fur Lion King had a bad temper. As soon as he appeared, he swung his dragon blade down. 100-meter long golden blade, Qi, surged over. It was comparable to the momentum of Qin Fen's golden phoenix. Demon Lord and the others were stunned for a moment and quickly dodged. Rumble. The original huge pit was cut open by the golden fur Lion King's blade. Qin Fen had already turned into a white shadow and arrived in the air. His white robe fluttered in the wind. He stepped on 2 balls of flames and carried a domineering long blade that looked like a phoenix feather on his shoulder. Behind Qin Fen, 3 figures appeared. The golden fur Lion King, who scared away Demon Lord and the others with a slash, was already strong enough, but there was also a white-clothed youth and a gray-robed old monster. Looking at the surging aura of the 2 of them, it was obvious that they were also top-notch experts. P.S. We are currently fighting on the monthly votes list. Students who have monthly votes, please vote. Thank you very much. For the fastest update without mistakes, please collect this site to read the latest. Chapter 1248. Demon Lord and the others didn't know the strength of Shimin Chueshua and Ouyang Feng, but they clearly felt the power of the golden fur Lion King. This person was surging with true qi. He was definitely at the 4th level of true qi. However, they found that this was just the beginning. There were continuous loud noises from all directions, and a group of strange things appeared. Roar, roar! The glacial snow mastiff had appeared out of nowhere and was galloping across the boundless plain, roaring like an ancient wild beast, scaring the demon race disciple into a panic. But there was another burning flame in the sky. The flame was moving so fast that no one could see the appearance of the flaming golden eagle. Wherever the golden eagle passed, a rain of fire fell. The power of the demonic beast fire was so strong that even the fire attribute demonic cultivators didn't dare to touch it. Rumble. There was also an explosion. This time, even Demon Lord and the others were at a loss. Obviously, they didn't know what the hell was going on. Qin Fen activated the ghost head golden talisman of the 5 kings of the green sect. The 5 kings turned into 5 ghostly shadows floating in the air, but their strength was no different from when they were alive. As soon as they appeared, they brought out a rolling black mist and evil qi, covering most of the sky. What the hell? What kind of monsters are these? Where did they come from? The demon disciples have not made a move yet, so they were all scared. It seems like evil cultivators, such a strong evil qi. Everyone don't touch that black mist. It is poisonous. The black mist of corpse qi quickly shrouded the hundreds of demonic cultivators on the plain. Some of the black mist was poisonous and devoured the blood of the demonic cultivator's body. Some of the black mist directly exploded and turned into black flames, as if it was going to burn everything. The crowd suddenly exploded. The group of demon generals panicked as if they had seen a ghost. No one fought back. They were all scared and ran away. Demon Lord and the others thought that they could capture Qin Fen alive and force him to reveal the Demon Lord treasured book. Then they would step into the Demon King realm. But the result was that their fantasy was shattered. Looking at the chaotic demon disciples, the four of them flew into a rage. What is going on? In the midst of the intense battle, another group of people suddenly ran over. The one leading them was the stellar Lunasek's great protector, White-Browed. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was so shocked that he almost fell. White-Brow, hurry up and call your star Lunasek's people over to help. Capture Qin Feng for me. Chong Lu immediately shouted when he saw the star Lunasek's people coming. Bai Mei was confused. He didn't understand the situation at this time. Demon Lord, who do you want to catch? Who is Qin Feng? It's young Demon King Feng. He's Martial Alliance Master Qin Feng. While Demon Lord was fighting with Golden Fur Lion King, he roared at Bai Mei. Bai Mei felt like he was struck by lightning. He was shocked by this news. The Wulian Alliance Master actually stepped into the demon race's Holy Land. He even became the king of the fiend race. If this matter were to spread out, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? You bunch of bastards! You dare to pretend to be my fiend race's people to cause trouble, Demon King Chonglu. My sect leader, Star Moon sect leader, is here after Bai Mei recovered. His face changed. He already attacked Shimin Chui Shui with his palm. In the place where he was standing before, there were 5 people standing there. Among them, there were 4 men dressed in black who looked like guards. There was also a woman dressed in white, standing there with a cold expression. The woman's cold and beautiful face was emotionless. The red demonic mark between her eyebrows seemed to condense into a substance. This was the Star Moon sect leader and the previous fiend Race Saintus. Star Moon sect leader, hurry up and attack. When Chong Lu saw the fiend Race Saintus, his heavy mood instantly eased a lot. This fiend Race Saintus was very powerful. Even Chong Lu didn't have full confidence that he could defeat her. Righteous disciples dare to cause trouble in the fiend race. Quickly release the fiend race's god token and summon all the fiend race's disciples to come and help. The Star Moon sect leader was not in a hurry to attack. She swept a few glances at the situation of the battle. Although the opponents were few in number, they were all peak experts. Finally, a fiend race's disciple came back to his senses. He hurriedly lit up a firecracker and threw it into the sky. With a loud explosion, the red mist quickly dissipated. Seeing that the fiend race's god token had been released, the Star Moon sect leader leaped lightly. It looked like she took a small step forward, but in the blink of an eye, she arrived beside Ouyang Feng, who was 100 meters away. As a member of the fiend race, you actually betrayed and helped that stinking brat Qin Feng? Courting death, the Star Moon sect leader coldly snorted. Her slender, jade-like palm struck out. It looked like a little girl acting coquettishly, but it seemed to carry the power of heaven and earth. In an instant, the air in front of Ouyang Feng shattered. Rumble! A loud explosion occurred. This palm was extremely fast. After all, Ouyang Feng was only at the first stage of true Qi realm. In front of the Star Moon sect leader, who was a level 4 demon general, he had no power to resist and was sent flying. After sending Ouyang Feng flying with a palm, the Star Moon sect leader leaped lightly. This time, she arrived beside Shimin Chui Shui. Shimin Chui Shui's expression was heavy. The black scabbard sword in his hand quickly swung down. The light sword instantly condensed thousands of sword qi, densely packed like a net, covering the Star Moon sect leader's head. Whoosh! The Star Moon sect leader casually patted, and a layer of ice wall appeared above her head. The surging sword chi collided with the layer of ice and actually produced a loud sound of metal clashing. The ice wall seemed to be indestructible. No matter how sharp Shimin Chue Shue's sword chi was, it never left a trace on the ice wall. A mere peak of level 9 inner chi dares to use a sword in front of the saintess? Fall for me. The Star Moon sect leader struck out with her palm. The ice wall flew out and hit Shimin Chue Shue's body. The ice wall exploded, and ice shards shot out in all directions like bullets. Shimin Chue Shue was sent flying, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood in midair. With the addition of the Star Moon sect leader, the situation of the battle instantly changed. When Qin Fin saw Ouyang Feng and Shimin Chue Shue were injured, his eyes turned red. He raised the golden phoenix and slashed at the woman. The 100-meter-long golden sword chi sliced the air in half. When the sword slashed down, it was as if the heaven and earth were going to collapse. The Star Moon sect leaders, in different expression, finally changed. A trace of seriousness flashed across her beautiful eyes. She hastily struck out with both of her palms, and a layer of ice wall condensed above her head. Boom! The sword chi landed on dozens of overlapping ice walls, and a loud sound of metal colliding rang out. Cracks appeared on the uppermost layer of the ice wall, and the cracks spread all the way to the bottom layer. In the blink of an eye, more than 30 layers of ice cracked from the middle, and like an explosion of ice flowers, it formed a hailstorm in the air. However, this was not an ordinary hailstorm. It was extremely fast in the violent explosion. Every hailstorm shot out like a bullet and smashed small holes on the ground. Some of the hailstorms hit the demon disciples and turned their bodies into beehives. Chapter 1249. Bang, 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 bang. The sky was filled with ice rain. The Star Moon High Priestess' beautiful eyes flickered as she watched the ice walls explode in the air. Her expression became solemn. She didn't expect Qin Fun to cut through her ice wall array with just one slash. She regained her composure after a few seconds. She stretched out her hand, and a long blue sword that shone like ice appeared in her hand. The surrounding temperature suddenly dropped. The Star Moon High Priestess swung her sword slowly like a Tai Chi sword, but in the blink of an eye, Qin Fun was shrouded in dense cold sword chi whoosh. The sword chi suddenly turned into ice spikes in the air and exploded in all directions. Each ice spike was 5 to 6 meters long and looked like an icicle hanging on the edge of a building in a world of ice and snow. Ice Soul, godly sword! The Star Moon sect master's face was colder than ice. The icicles were so sharp that they seemed to be able to split mountains and split the earth. Just a slight graze would be enough to pierce a large hole in one's body. Hundreds of icicles exploded in the air. The power was even more ferocious than the Demon King's lightning balls. Master, be careful! Golden Fur Lion King roared and swung his dragon slayer saber. 100-meter-long golden sword chi exploded behind Qin Fun and shattered all the ice spikes behind him. The Star Moon High Priestess shouted at the sword demon, Great Venerable. You guys stop that lion! Demon King Zhonglu will take down this brat together. The Star Moon High Priestess had already injured Shimin Chue Shue and Ouyang Feng. At this moment, dozens of demon disciples were besieging the two of them. Qin Fun and Golden Fur Lion King were the deciding factors on the battlefield. The Star Moon High Priestess ordered everyone to change their formation. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Sword Demon, Great Venerable, stood in the same place with his eyes half closed. The sound of wind breaking could be heard everywhere as dozens of sword chi shot towards the Golden Fur Lion King under his control. Redhead Old Freak and Soul Lock Master also attacked. One tried to interfere with Golden Fur Lion King's mind, while the other turned into a man of fire and rushed to the sky to fight Golden Fur Lion King. The three of them attacked Golden Fur Lion King and forced him to retreat. On the other side, Demon King and the Star Moon High Priestess were even more ferocious. Crackle! The sky was filled with dark clouds, and the lightning balls floated under the dark clouds. Qin Fan was surrounded by layers of ice, and he was like a ticking time bomb that couldn't be touched. However, dozens of ice spikes suddenly exploded, and the speed at which the ice spikes formed was extremely fast. Even Qin Fan, who was standing on the golden whirlwind wheel, couldn't dodge in time. Chirp! The white robe on Qin Fan's body was broken into pieces. He held a purple bow in his hand. While dodging the thunderballs and ice thorns, he seized the opportunity to draw his bow towards Demon Lord and the Star Moon Sect's leader. Every time the Heavenly Hawk bow was swung, it seemed as if the Heavenly Hawk bow carried the power of the heavens and earth. Purple hawks descended from the sky, causing half the sky to resound with battle cries. Was this the strength of a righteous martial arts alliance master? He's like an ant. The Star Moon Sect leader gradually gained the upper hand, and a look of disdain appeared on her pretty face. She couldn't be bothered to attack Qin Fan from afar. She leaped towards Qin Fan, and the blue sword in her hand danced nimbly. Suddenly, a cold air assaulted Qin Fan, making him feel as if he had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice house. Whoosh! Every slash of the Star Moon Sect leader's sword brought along an ice cone that was tens of meters long. The ice cone was 4 to 5 meters thick, and it turned into dozens of ice dragons that attacked Qin Fan. The ice dragons were like living creatures, and they were still roaring at the sky. Wherever they went, even the air was immediately frozen. The surroundings were instantly frozen, as if time had stopped. Roar! In the end, 12 ice dragons were formed. All of them opened their mouths and roared angrily. Ice spewed out of their mouths and stabbed towards Qin Fan. Their speed was so fast that they arrived in front of Qin Fan in a breath's time. Insignificant skill, break it for me. Just when Hua Yan and the others were on tenterhooks, a thunderous roar and a tiger's roar came from the sky. A gust of wind blew, and dozens of ferocious green tigers appeared in the wind. It was as if they were descending from the sky. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws at the 12 ice dragons. Rumble! The sound of explosions rang out continuously. Dozens of ferocious tigers collided with the 12 ice dragons. The ferocious tigers quickly dissipated, but the huge and violent ice dragons were also torn apart in the collision. They were broken into several pieces from head to tail and fell to the ground like ice sculptures. A rain of icicles descended, scaring the demonic cultivators on the ground into hurriedly dodging. Some of them were a step too slow and were directly struck by the sharp icicles. The massive speed of the icicles was like a train crashing into them, and they were smashed into meat paste. Shimin Chui Shui and Ouyang Feng's faces were solemn. Fortunately, the flaming golden eagle arrived in time and carried the two of them to the sky to avoid the ice cones. Bingyuan Shui Wu was agile, and she shuttled freely in the rain of ice cones. From time to time, she would pounce on the demon cultivators and bite them to death. The battle was getting more and more intense, and the casualties were getting more and more serious. When the special Thunder Tiger Fist collided with the Star Moon Sect leader's Ice Soul Godly Sword, Qin Fan was sent flying by the aftershock. The Star Moon Sect leader also fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a while. Rumble! The previous loud noise hadn't stopped, and a new explosion was heard. Seeing that Qin Fan was injured and fell to the ground, Demon Lord didn't hold back his strength. The icicles in the sky turned into a thunderstorm. The thunderballs were so dense that they formed a net, as if it was a sea of thunder. Hundreds of thunderballs fell like meteorites. The ground where Qin Fan fell was blown up into a sinkhole. Rumble! The explosion lasted for a long time. Everyone was shocked by the huge movement here, and they stopped what they were doing and looked over. Demon Lord was worthy of being the king of the demon race. The destructive power of his explosion shocked everyone. Even now, the valley was still shaking violently, as if there was a strong earthquake under their feet. A hint of joy flashed across the cold face of the Star Moon sect master. The group of demon disciples heaved a long sigh of relief in their hearts. Hua Yan and Su Ruo's legs gave way, and they sat on the ground. Li Tao looked as if his soul had been sucked out of his body. In front of everyone, smoke billowed on the plain hundreds of meters away. The land was obviously collapsed, and a huge pit was created by Demon Lord. Loud noises were still coming out from the deep pit, and each sound was as shocking as thunder. Qin Feng had fallen into the pit in front of them, and even Hua Yan and the others did not think that he could survive. Ta ta ta! At this time, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard, and a large group of people rushed over from all directions. Dust was flying all around, and hundreds of fierce horses were galloping in the wind, neighing, and even more demon disciples were running over. It's over, it's over. No one can leave today. Lu Yu looked at the rapidly approaching reinforcements of the demon race. His eyes dimmed, and his heart fell into complete despair. The flaming golden eagle and the glacial snow mastiff stopped their attack and let out a burst of mournful wail as if they were howling for Qin Feng. Demon Lord and the others stood in a row. In just a minute, more than 400 demon disciples appeared around them. They were the ones who saw the demon race's divine order and rushed over. Lord, Demon Lord, why did you suddenly summon the demon race's divine order? Greetings, Star Moon Sect Master and Saintess. Why don't I see young Demon King Feng? Did a fierce battle just take place here? Who dares to cause trouble in the demon race's sacred land? The group of demon disciples who just rushed over didn't know anything and looked at Demon Lord blankly. They had just participated in the demon race's conference and left separately. On their way back, they saw the divine order and immediately rushed back. Demon King Demon Lord's eyes flickered as he stared at the pit in the distance. He was very clear about Qin Feng's strength. Qin Feng was a venerable who cultivated the Demon Lord's codex, but he didn't believe that Qin Feng would have a good time under such a violent thunderball explosion. Even if he didn't die, he would be half crippled. A bunch of bastards. Demon Lord stared at the pit for a while, seeing that the explosion was still going on, but Qin Feng didn't come out. He turned his head and swept his eyes over the demon disciples. Do you know who young Master Feng is? That kid is the Martial World's Alliance leader. Crash! The demon disciples who rushed over immediately exploded. What? Young Master Feng is the Martial World's Alliance leader? What the fuck was wrong with him? Everyone revealed a look of disbelief, but Demon Lord didn't think so. Because when he first knew Qin Feng's identity, he felt the same as everyone else. Seeing that the situation had become a little chaotic, the Star Moon Sect Master said, "There's no need to doubt Qin Feng's identity as the Alliance Master of the Martial World. As the leader of the righteous faction, he actually dared to trespass into the sacred land of the demon race during the Demon Race Convention and even deceived us to obtain the Demon Race King. This is a disgrace to the entire demon race. Fortunately, I joined hands with Demon King to defeat Qin Feng. Those are Qin Feng's accomplices. Go and capture them alive for me." Star Moon Sect leader was the previous demon saintess. Her status in the demon race was above tens of thousands of people. She only listens to Demon Lord's command. As soon as Su Ruo gave the order, the demons immediately snapped out of their daze. A few men with quick reflexes ran towards Su Ruo and Hua Yan. Hee. These two girls are this generation's holy maidens, one more beautiful than the other. I've long since fallen for them. When I catch them, I will take the opportunity to touch them. At that time, I will ask Demon King, 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 Demon. Those who rushed up were all men. Their eyes sparkled when they saw Su Ruoro and Hua, Yan's beauty. The two women were still sitting on the ground in a daze. They stared blankly at the sky crater in the distance, unable to accept that Qin Fin had been killed by the explosion. Li Tao was so angry that he stood up and tried to stop the demon disciples. However, his injuries were severe. Just as he was about to circulate his qi, he tore his wounds and coughed in pain. "Hurry up and take the two of them away. I'll stop them." Lu Yu shielded Li Tao and the other two behind him and sent out a palm strike. Several balls of ice flew up and shot towards the incoming group like flying daggers.